Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we are holding session number 497, and today's session is sponsored by our generous donors and patrons. Thank you very much, donors and patrons, for your generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting and a bunch of key token packs and map packs without you. Particularly dynamic lighting. The subscription in the last couple of years has gone up from $99 per year to like 100 some odd. Like they keep going up. So I just want to especially thank you for dynamic lighting, because it makes my life a lot easier to have dynamic lighting, because I don't have to worry about most of the time what characters can and cannot see. Sometimes I do have to look through a particular token's eyes to see whether or not they can see a particular object, which players can't do anymore, which was kind of an odd move for Roll20 to do. Originally, a player could click on one of their own tokens and hit Control L, and then it would eliminate all the other tokens' sight and just concentrate on that one token. And they took away that functionality a long time ago. It was like back in 2015 or something, which is unfortunate. But there is that. All right, so we're going to jump right back into our last dungeon that we just completed. It was the city of Shidehai in east central coastal Adria. Here we are, Shidehai Castle. Alright, so we are at the aftermath of the kind of final fight between the players and the demonic influencers of Adria's plight that has taken place for the last 11 years or so. And they have successfully freed Adria. So last time, I think we ended right on Tenzi's turn, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Let's see where is Tenzi's token? I think you were looking out the right next to Zalamont. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think your group was looking out into the gazebo area.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ashra went over there to check.
Yeah.
Ashra went there and burned the webs with his flaming sword.
Yes, okay. And they burned away and revealed a curious object in the middle of the gazebo. Then, next we have Ovak. So Ovak, you're standing in sort of like an entryway to the castle. There's this long bamboo mat that sort of runs between several posts, holding up the floor above. And you can see several weeping bards in the corner over here. Kind of group hugging, like hugging it out, because it was such a traumatic experience for them. And they know that they're now safe and free. And they're sort of letting out that stress. And then in this room, you can see some of your newfound friends. Zalmond, Tenzi. You have the bard, Ryer, the bard. There is Saint Luther the cleric, and Mad Moen. And then over here in the corner, you can probably see the druid, Chai Yai, and her genie friend, Mount or whatever. So what do you do?
I'll go ahead over here to the guard. Try and help them. I'll ask them if they want, or would you like to join a friend live?
You're kind of breaking up. I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'll ask them with their friends on. Would you like to say a prayer with laser soul friend?
So I heard something about say a prayer with you.
I'll ask them if they want me to pray with them over their friends who have passed.
Okay. Yep. And when you walk over, they're kind of sniveling and holding each other, and they sort of like one of them sort of startles, and then sees you walk over, and they sort of open up their circle, and allow you to, enter their circle so that you're part of it. And they don't answer per se, they just shake their heads. They answer with body language.
Like nodding their head.
Yep, they nod their heads, and they sort of bow their heads in unison.
I will pull out my smithy hammer and a bell, and I'll, as I pray, I'll strike the bell.
Okay, so there is sort of a bell sound. All I have right now is a gong, so I'll just play that real quick. But, so yeah, your bell, ting, kind of echoes throughout the house as you say your prayer to Moradin. And, they begin to weep as you pray. Or they go back to weeping, that is. They sort of stop for a second to allow you to enter their circle. Alright. Anything else for Ovak and company?
Not at the moment.
Alright. So, end of round. And we have spells in time. Looks like this is the 0 round for Asriel's Detect Snares and Pits. And first up is Shandrak and company.
Saint Luther reaches out and gives Cure Moderate to Ryer. Very nice.
Yeah, really good. 10 healing.
And Chai Yai does a Cure Light as always.
Okay. St. Luther gains 200 points and Chai Yai 100.
And Shandrak will begin to make his way up the ladder and back to Secret Passage where I came and back to the group.
Okay. So you make your way through the tunnel and come out on the other side.
Chandra will come out, close the secret door. And say, well, No treasure than we've already found. I actually found those poor women that were at that last homestead of that possessed samurai.
I hope they're doing well, Tenzi says.
Well, they were still pretty despondent. They didn't really know where to go, so I said that the council was so huge that they could stay here. And yeah, before we go do anything official, Shandrak starts running, and he's trying to get towards the water.
Your voice is kind of muffled today, Shandrak.
So after telling about the women, Shandrak says, before we do anything official, I'm getting the tub first, and Shandrak runs over to try to get in the tub.
All right. Yeah, you can see it through that doorway there, and you know, it's still like lukewarm, I guess. A few people have bathed in it, but yeah.
Yeah, and he just takes his backpack off, but like he doesn't even care, just like clothes and all, just takes a dip.
Yeah. All right.
And Ryer will kind of come over, and he'll kind of join Ovak and the bards, and he'll play like a small little dirge on his guitar.
All right. So the sound of guitar music pours over the house. This might be a little too lively here. There we go. All right. And anything else for Shandrak and company?
That's all for now.
All right. Tenzi.
Asheville will do a detect evil to make sure that there's no lingering effects here.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nothing within 100 feet.
All right. Then he'll come back in and join the others. Zalman's going to go after Shandrak. He sees him in the tub, and he's going to take his shield and kind of splash water on himself and try to wipe off his armor and his shield, and he'll go, yo, Shandrak, do you think we got all them books?
Oh, no, but, I mean, you know, I was kind of hoping to, come back and, I don't know, use them here. You know, I was, you know, if Usha's gonna be staying here, I hope she'd at least let me use the library.
And he just keeps washing himself as you're talking. Asheville Tenzi, let's see, Tenzi is actually going to join you guys in the bathing room. He'll let you guys use the tub, and he'll wait. And Musashi... I guess Musashi will just guard where he's at. And that'll be it for us.
All right. And next up is Ovak.
Y'all hear me better now?
No, it's about the same.
So this is just one round past.
Yeah, we're going round by round, yeah.
Okay, I'll continue in prayer.
Okay. And so end of round. And of course, this is 0 round for the enlarge on Tenzi. So he will shrink at the end of the round. And Ashriel's detect snares and pits is now expired. First up is Shandrak and company. So the grime is like coming off in the water.
Luther will give another cure, light to Mullen. If I can find it, there it is. Nice. And and Chai is going to give a cure to Solynod.
Okay. So Chai gains another 100 points.
And then Shandrak says to Tenzi and Zalmond, oh, I just remembered too, before we go, we really need to go get our mounts. They're not that far outside the city. I don't know how many times you can dimensionally fold, but we could do that, or we could just kind of, go through the city and, let the people know who their saviors were before we leave. Just make our way out and get our mounts before we go.
That sounds like a good idea.
All right. Anything else for Shandrak?
Yeah, that's all for me this round.
All right. Tenzi and company. Either.
Yeah, Tenzi's going to, he turns to Shandrak and says, Shandrak, my brother, with a heart heavy as stone I approach. The shadow of your team's information gathering methods disturbed the clarity of my spirit. The suffering of the innocent girl, a flower already bruised by the Yakuza storm, to force knowledge from her, this clashes like thunder with my path. To strike the vulnerable, this is not my way. Kindness is not weakness, but the strength of the enlightened. Protection of the innocent is not a choice, but a duty. These harsh tactics, they cloud judgment and sow seeds of discord. Fear breeds whispers, not truth. You saw her pain, Shandrak. Such methods push away the very souls you wish to understand. I see in you, my brother, wisdom that can transcend these dark ways. Imagine your network as a sanctuary, a place of peace amidst turmoil. Would not the burden come forth with their secrets then, trusting in safety, not fearing the lash? Trust, like a sturdy bridge, allows passage where force only builds walls. Knowledge is a river, but to disdain it with the tears of the innocent, this I cannot abide. It strikes at the very core of who I am. You lead, and with that power you can reshape these methods. Lead them towards compassion, towards understanding. If your heart is open to this path, I will stand beside you, a brother in arms.
And Shandrak kind of sits there and kind of stops veiling himself just because Tenzi is talking. And Tenzi, yeah, I know. Yes, you're right. You are completely right. My honestly, I was probably just a bit too eager. My network was very effective, and the task before us was very grave. But that task is done now, and it's true. They are effective, but a bit crude. I will have a talk with my people. I think there are ways to. I think you're right. I think I'll spread some money around for one thing. That always earns friends, and yeah, I'll have a talk with my people, Tenzi.
Thank you, my brother. I knew that you would see the wisdom of this way.
And anything else for Tenzi Company?
That is it.
All right. Let's see. Next up is Ovak. So, Ovak, you kinda overhear a semi-intense conversation about some kind of network using like quote-unquote tactics that Tenzi is uncomfortable with. It's coming from this direction down the hall.
Alright, I'll raise the bushy eyebrow to myself. Is there people down here?
You're kind of breaking up. I can't understand what you're saying.
I said, down here.
Yeah, those are my people.
Okay, they're part of the party though?
Yeah.
I'll leave you in prayer and talk. Oh wait, no. And I didn't give myself a good enough introduction for I'm Ovet, champion of Lord. Here to serve your mission.
So you're breaking up pretty bad, but I heard that you were introducing yourself as Ovak?
Yes, Ovak,
Okay.
champion of Mordrin, and I'm at their service.
Oh, champion of Morden. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
And the man that you kind of step up to and say that to, he's well armored and has a mace in his hand, and he says, "Well met. I am myself am a servant of a servant with great motivus."
out of character. Do I know anything about him?
You can go ahead and roll a religion check.
Right?
If you have it, that is. I'm not sure if you have it or not.
Yeah, I have.
Okay. And that was this guy speaking to you.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, so you've heard of the Motivan religion. It's a religion of men. And
You mean humans or just males?
men
Yeah,
men men are all human. All men are human.
All right.
Yeah. So that's this religion here. I don't know if you received that, but yeah, Motivus is the god of righteousness and holiness. It's a homebrew god that I made up. So he is essentially the chief what do you call the angels from Mount Celestia?
Archon?
Archons. So he's the chief Archon, and he has his own religion. So he's kind of like the heavenly version of a demon prince. So he's like a heavenly prince, I guess, and he has his own religion, and it's popular here in on this world, at least in Panoplia, where you're from, the continent where you're from. So lots of people from here are involved in that religion. It's not as popular as like some of the other religions, like the published religions, but it is fairly popular. And there is a country where that's the like official religion. It's a small country, right on across the coast from the island that you're from. There's a small country of humans that they have a theocracy. So it's the priests. The priests are in charge, and the capital city is very similar to the Vatican. There's like, priests everywhere, hired mercenaries protect the area, and people go there on pilgrimages and, seeking healing or guidance or, whatever. And most of the people there only die from old age because the priests they heal people so much, and like they kind of go out among the people and cure the blind and the deaf and the diseased and the cursed. So people who die of accidents are normally resurrected by the priesthood, despite the cost. And so there's a lot of resurrections that happen in that part of the world, and a lot of really old people. So yeah, life expectancy in that country is really high, but it's a very small country, and the per capita amount of priests is really high. There are a lot of priests. It's very, very religious. So imagine a cross between like the Vatican and Mecca. That's what the capital's like. So there's like priests everywhere. And even the lowest priest, that's just, limited to level 1 spells, they still go out among the flock and cure the injured and whatnot. They do what they can. So, yep, that's that religion in a nutshell.
Okay. Well met. Your God's a very holy, just God, such as mine. I believe we'll get along well.
Yes,
I'll extend
that is good.
my hand. I'll extend my hand to clasp his wrist.
And Luther will, he'll freely give his hand and says, many of the gods of goodness have recognized the righteousness of our group and joined us. I cannot wait to see you among us. You will perform great deeds.
I am humbled by your faith. I'll nod.
What was that last part?
I guess I'd give you like a knight salute.
Yeah, Luther will try to return it to you. He's like, all right.
Yeah, I guess go to another player.
And anything else for Ovak?
No, not right now.
All right. So end of round. And another minute goes by. So this is 0 round for Shandrak's Detect Magic. And Tenzi shrinks to normal size. Beep, 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 beep. And first up is Shandrak and company.
So Shandrak will, he'll get out of the tub and be like, okay, well, anyone else wants to get clean? Feel free, and then I guess we should try to find our mounts.
Tenzi will tell you that he has 2 dimensional foldings left for today.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, I do think before. Okay, so we could, I guess, go to our mounts and then go to Hang Mai. But I still think we should at least leave the city and leave the castle briefly, just to celebrate amongst the people.
It would be wise also to ensure that there are no other lingering effects among them.
Yes. And Shandrak will make some space. And Ovak, you say a slightly cleaner Shandrak behind you. It says, "Hey, you should use the tub before you leave if you want to get a little cleaner."
I'll look. Oh no! People are using it. And I'll take off back there.
All right. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
Yeah, Chai and Luther both will cast a cure onto Thalud, and that's all from me.
Okay. They each was it Cure Light Wounds, both of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So they both get 100 points. And next up is Tenzi.
With Shandrak out, Tenzi will hurry to be the next one in, and clean off himself. Zalman feels pretty satisfied with how he's scooped out water and cleaned off his armor, so he'll head back to the rest. And Ashrael will go to St. Luther and ask him if he senses any more books that he has to locate for.
Still going for a while, so Luther will try to focus.
So he senses. So you guys picked one up in the office, right, or in the library.
We destroyed 2. And
destroyed
we still
2.
have the 1.
Okay. Destroyed 2. So no. You don't sense any more. Let's see. So this is the one that Ashriel destroyed. And then who destroyed the other one?
Tenzi.
Tenzi did, right?
Yeah, Tenzi.
Okay, so that was... Yun Ting. Oh, that's right. Okay. The one... the one from Huan Teng is the one that, Tenebris brought here. So destroyed by 10. So in session 497. 496. Save changes. No, wait, no. Burned by Baron's flame wings. Okay, that's the wrong one.
Wasn't it? So I thought that Tenebris had one copy that he took from the ninjas, and I thought this copy
That's
was
right.
one they already had.
That's right. Okay. Where did I find? There it is. Yeah, it was given to the Nazir and the clan. And destroyed by Enzi Moroso during session 4. Okay. So there's that. And then the original is unaccounted for. And copy 1 was the one that you have in your chest, right?
Didn't we destroy 4 now?
So we got the one destroyed by Ashriel. The one destroyed by Tenzi. And then the one destroyed by Baron with his wings. He burned in Huan Tang.
Okay, yeah. I think there was
so there's that
two
one.
copies in Hawaii Tang, and that was one that he burnt, and we should, yeah.
Yeah, and the other one was he stole, basically. And you have one in your treasure chest, right?
Well, I think it's in my backpack.
Your backpack. Okay. So yeah. Luther detects one coming from Shandrak. It's like beep 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 beep. Just looking at you, Shandrak.
Yeah, Luther like whoop, and then just kind of turns back to Ashriel. It's like only the one we have to find the others, friend.
Thank you, my son. That'll be all for Tenzi and company.
All right. Next up is Ovak.
I'll run back to bath water and try and get this filth off. Could you understand me?
I heard something about water.
I'm gonna go run to the back where the tub is, try and wash stuff off.
Wash yourself in the tub? Okay.
Yep.
And are you on your phone right now? Is that because your mic sounds a lot different today than normal?
No, I'm on my headset. But
Oh, okay. Is it a USB?
yes.
Okay. The mic is a lot different today than it usually is. Is it a new headset?
No, let me unplug it and replug it.
Okay. Or maybe try a different USB port.
Is that any better?
I think so. Go ahead and keep talking.
Okay, yeah, I'll go back there to where the tub is.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah. You're clear. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go back there and wash myself off as I can.
Okay. It still cuts out a little bit, but it's a lot better than it was. Alright, so, yeah. You, kind of dip into the tub, and you can feel it's like, lukewarm, which is, I don't know, maybe what you're used to, because dwarves are a little bit more Spartan than humans are. Like, I don't need no fucking boiling hot water.
They jump in a cold mountain stream and like,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it's, you remember that the bathtub is right back this way where you heard that, that conversation between Shandrak and, Tenzi about some kind of networks, methods. And as you walk in, you find Tenzi, in the bath, and it's a four-person bathtub. In Japan, bathing is kind of like a social occasion. First, back in the day in this situation, normally, these guys would probably take like a spit bath, while standing up, and then once they were clean, they'd probably get into this tub together, almost like a hot tub, but they'd be completely nude, other than maybe a loincloth if they felt like they needed to have something on. But yeah, you could tell it's built for more than one person. It's like a four-man tub.
Okay, I'll dip some water out and run it down my armor and stuff, and myself get the worst of it.
Yeah, so you get some of the dirt and grime off of your armor and stuff.
Okay, I'll actually, if I have time, strip off my armor, and I have like a care kit. It has like oils and things in it. It's fresh. Cool. Do you understand any of that?
Yeah, you said something about an armor repair kit?
No, it's like a cleaning kit or an up.
Oh, a cleaning kit. Okay.
Yeah, it has oils and things in it like that, brushes.
Okay. So you get your armor nice and shiny.
Yes. And make sure to wash my hair and my beard. That's my most magnificent.
Yeah. Alright, so Tenzi, you see Ovak come in and he starts taking his armor off and like shining up the plates or whatever, and kind of comes over to get in the tub with you.
I kind of slide over to a different corner so it's easier for him to get in.
My character, he's almost 5 foot, and he'll argue that point that he is 5 foot, but he'll get in.
Yeah, so yeah, it's comfortable for your height. Like the water comes up to, you know, chin level or whatever, so you can easily wash your beard. And there's little soaps along the edge, in like almost like a coffee cup sized bowl. And there's like shaving kits and stuff as well. You can see some funky looking like razor blades. And there's brushes for like kind of frothing up the soap with a little bit of water. And stuff like that. So you can kind of like give yourself a shape up or whatever, and you know.
I'll see which one of the soaps smells nice.
Probably, let's see. I want to say they probably have stuff like sakura blossom scented soap. So it smells kind of rosy.
Good enough. I'll start scrubbing the brush and getting in my hair and all my parts.
So little bits of food fall out into the water and stuff, and just kind of float around, like chunks of fried chicken and, you know, a couple of fish bones maybe, you know, from your flavor saver.
That's right.
Yeah. All right.
Definitely like trail biscuits. Like, oh, there's one.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, go on to the next person.
Yeah. Okay. End of round. And we got spells in time. Okay. So Chandrak's Detect Magic is now expired. And first up is Chandrak and Company.
Mullen and Luther start to make their way over to the water. And yeah, when they see it's getting a little crowded, yeah, they just come around on the edges, just to, you know, they don't come inside, but just try to clean their armors off.
All right. Anything else for Chandrak?
Yeah, Ryer is going to come on over, and Chai will give him a cure.
All right. Cure Light?
Yeah.
Okay, she gets another 100 points. And next up is Tenzi.
Tenzi will gingerly get out of the tub, trying to avoid some of the effluvium from that got washed off himself, as well as the dwarf. And say, says to the ones waiting, I would hurry up and get in there as soon as possible. And he comes back to the hallway by Zalmond. And then I can't see Ryer's green bar. Is he still hurt?
He's better, but yeah, he's still hurt.
Right, then Ashriel will come over. I think it's just because he was behind a pillar.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Astral will come over and he will innately cast Cure Light Wounds on him.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Well, little things, yes.
Oh, it's like it's like a good pain, that one healing point. It's like it's a little better.
And that'll be it for us.
All right. Ovak. So you notice the water is getting a little cloudy with floaties and stuff.
I'll quickly finish up, try and hop out.
All right. And you notice that St. Luther and Moen come in.
You might want to look before you jump. Is the castle doorway open?
Yeah, the doorway's open still.
Yeah, I will blow on my dog whistle if I can get Serenity.
Oh yeah. So you guys see this actually from outside you guys hear a loud barking. Particularly Tenzi hears it the loudest. And it's coming from the left over there. Anything else for Ovak?
Yeah, when Serenity comes in, she'll come in and sound like probably a herd of wild horses running everywhere.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
wild hippos.
So for right now, it's just a loud barking noise coming from outside, and you can hear it through this. There's like a window over here. You can hear it coming through that window.
All right.
Anything else for Ovak?
No, not right.
All right. End of round. Time now is 9:17 a.m. And we got spells and time. First up is Shandrak and Company.
Shandrak will kind of come over, hearing the noise, and come over to the exterior door and try to listen at that door.
Alright, so you definitely hear a dog barking already, but as you go to listen... Whoops. You hear the sound of barking coming from a dog that's on the other side of... You can definitely hear the nuances of the sound of the dog's barking. It's coming through a portcullis.
Okay, so it sounds further away than this door.
Yes.
Alright, I'll try to open it up. Oh.
Yep.
The door is locked?
It is locked from the inside, so you're able to unlock it. And as you open it, you should be able to see this giant Saint Bernard out here outside the outer portcullis, and she is kind of scratching at this big gate at the entrance of the castle, and she's up on her hind legs, scratching, at the portcullis, and she's so big, like her front forepaws reach like probably about 10 feet up on the portcullis. She's that big.
Oh wow. Okay.
Giant, just a giant Saint Bernard.
That kind of comes up and goes, "Oh, hello. Who are you?"
And she makes a sound.
Alright, Shandrak will try to open up the portcullis he's next to. Yeah, come on in. And
So
we'll try to open up the portcullis.
yeah, you're standing in front of an open portcullis, and then the second one beyond that you can see is closed. And let's see. Man, weird. Where's the control for that? Yeah, I guess it'd just be kind of right there inside, because I don't see... There's no gatehouse. Usually there's... On the second floor of the wall, there's usually a gatehouse. Like, directly above where the portcullises are, and they didn't put that on the map. So, yeah, I guess the controls will be just right there. So, there's like a small capstan on the wall that you crank, and the portcullis goes and rises up into the gatehouse above, I guess. And the dog sort of comes up to you, and it's easily the size of a large, like, pony or a small horse. And it comes up to you, and it has this long ass tongue, and she starts like sniffing your face. Like, her face is at the same height as your face. She starts sniffing it, and she tries to lick you.
Yeah, she has like a cow-sized tongue.
Whoa. Okay. Where have you come from?
And her tongue is dripping spit. It's like really, and she tries to lick you. What do you do?
Yeah, Shandrak. Yeah, it doesn't seem so bad, and he's still a little dirty, so Shandrak will let it happen.
So she comes up and licks your face and leaves like a snail trail, just kind of all over your face, and it smells bad. It smells bad.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, that didn't work.
Yeah.
Like,
and she's like,
okay. Good.
After she's done licking you, she's like, woof, woof. And she passes by you.
Mm-hmm. And China kind of turns back to call. Big dog incoming. Big, looks friendly, but big.
And she sort of like sniffs the air for a second. Sniff, sniff. sniff, sniff. And you can hear her claws kind of on the stone as she walks by, kind of scraping the floorboards too. And she enters the entryway and then starts sniffing the air again. Sniff, 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 sniff. And she makes her way through this door and into this hallway. And Ovak, you can hear her coming down the hall, kind of scratching the floor with her huge claws.
I'll put down my dog whistle and just start calling her. Come here, Solynod.
And anything else for Shandrak and company?
Just try giving some more, another cure light to Thalud. That's
Okay. So 100 more points for her. And next up is Tenzi. So Tenzi, a giant Saint Bernard with a saddle on her back, passes by you and kind of runs up towards the bathroom.
Zalman kind of taps Tenzi on the back, says, "Yo, we've seen a lot of weird things, but we've never seen that before, have we?" And Tenzi just shakes his head. "Nope. I'm gonna go see what's going on with that." He walks in, following the dog, and observes the dog and Ovak interacting. And then I think that'll be it for us.
All right. So she's kind of standing in front of Ovak, and she she sort of kneels down with her front paws, and she has her hind legs still straightened, so she's kind of like bowing to him, and she says, "Woo, woo," and sort of pants and sniffs the air momentarily, and then just kind of goes back to panting. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Ovak, did you want to describe Serenity?
Yeah, she looks, of course, really, really big. She looks kind of like a Bernese mountain hound. Ever seen one of those? They're like the oldest dog, one of the oldest dog breeds in the world. And she's really big. Black mostly with like copper eyebrows, copper on the legs, white mouth, and she has looks like very intelligent eyes. But I will call her over and start. Who's a good girl? You're a good girl. I'll out of one of her saddle bag, I'll pull out, which is basically the equivalent of a towel, and we're drying off.
All right. Anything else for Ovak and company?
I'll give her a treat.
Oh, she loves that. She eats it right up, and she's like, "Woof woof."
Yeah, looking for more.
Yeah, kind of like looking at your pouch and whatnot, and sniffing at your belt.
Stop that girl. Be good. Is anyone in there with me still?
Yeah, it looks like St. Luther and Moen are getting ready to jump in the bath.
Oh, they were just like kind of cleaning up. They didn't jump in. They're just kind of cleaning their armor off.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll look at them. This is me mount. What her name?
Serenity. Says Luther. What a nice steed.
She's a good girl. I'll rub her behind her ears. That actually, if you rub a dog's ears, it makes them release feel-good hormone brain. Like it's true.
I believe it.
I'll pet her and make.
Oh, okay. So she's a Bernese mountain dog. Okay. I will get a picture of that.
I sent you a couple.
Oh, I'm just gonna try to get one that's already on here.
Oh.
That way I don't have to use my data. Well, you can put it on. On your own avatar.
Okay.
Okay, anything else for Ovek?
Not at the moment.
Alright. End of round. We got spells in time. And first up is Shandrak and Company.
Shandrak will kind of do the kind of hands try to throw some of the spit off me. Oh, okay. And head back inside.
All right. See, as you go back inside, you should notice a fountain out here, actually.
Whoops. Uh-huh.
I'm going to turn animations back on the map layer. That way, when you look at the fountain, it will be nice and pretty. Just let me know if that slowed anything down for you, because there's a lot of lanterns.
No, but
okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Okay, yep.
All right.
Yeah. And
yeah,
then yeah, Chai and Ryer will start to head over to the bath. Oops, if I can. There's the corner. Jeez, come on. Okay, yeah. Jeez, I'm running into a whole bunch of poles that I didn't notice were there.
Oh yeah. I think the dynamic lighting is slightly off on those too. Yeah. I need to fix that.
Yeah, so Chai and Thalud will kind of enter the bath, and Chai will be like, now if you excuse me, I could do some privacy.
You notice some effluvium floating around in the water now, as Tenzi put it.
Yeah, saying that Chai will order Thalud to pretty much kind of pick up the bath and start emptying out like the grossest part of it,
Yeah.
some of it just on the floor.
There's also a spell called Purify Food and Water.
Oh yeah.
That will, yeah. I think Luther has access to it, but probably doesn't have it memorized.
Access.
Anything else for Shandrak and Company?
Yeah, Chai is just waiting for everyone to clear out so she can try to have a little bath, and that's all from me.
All right, Tenzi and Company.
When Zalman sees Chandrak walk up. He kind of points at him and goes, I think you got something on your face there.
Yeah, that big dog. That's what's on my face. Ugh, very friendly, very slobbery.
Oh, yeah. And Tenzi will leave to give Chai her privacy. And Ashriel is going to go back and examine this object inside the gazebo.
Oh. Okay. All right, so it does definitely look like some kind of tool for navigation. So if he has the navigation proficiency, or astrology, isn't that a proficiency?
Yeah. He does not have those. But so we saw the I think it was Astrolab in Tintabula. Does it remind him of that?
Yes, and that's how he knows it's some kind of tool used for navigation.
Got it. Okay. And then what is it set in a certain direction right now?
It
He may not
is.
know that. I don't know.
It is set in a certain direction, but he can't make sense of it.
Gotcha. Okay. That'll be it for us.
Okay. And Ovac and Company.
I'll peacefully leave the room while drying off. Call Serenity with me, and I'll find another room. Get my clothes and armor back on. I'll be right with you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, I said I'm gonna look for a room to be able to finish dressing or drying, getting dressed again.
Oh, okay. Let's see. So you see several doors in this hallway. There's one here. There's, one here, one here, one here, one here. And there is also one down here.
I'll go into the bedroom that's already been opened up.
Alright. And once you enter, you can see there is a large bed that's obviously meant for two people. It's a little more than a cushion on the floor. Very, very thin cushion. The entire floor is covered with a bamboo mat. And there is a very low table in the corner, probably a foot tall or less, that has a lantern placed upon it. And it looks like the lantern is meant to illuminate the room in hours of darkness.
Alright, I'll go ahead and sit down on the mat. I'll already set down my thing. Start getting dressed.
Alright. I guess to your little dwarvish legs, it's probably, feels like a really low chair, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the end of the round. And we've got spells and time. So this is 0 round for Ashriel's Detect Magic. And first up is Shandrak and Company.
So Chai will close the door, and with Thalud last round dumping most of the dirty water and the grossest bits out of the tub, Chai will step into the tub and then say, Thalud, now please create some fresh water.
I suppose there's probably like a big like drain on the tub that sort of drains the water outside. Cause it's like so big you wouldn't be able to move it. It's a 4-man tub. It would take like it just probably weighs like, tons. But it probably has like, a drain of sorts in it that would drain maybe drain down to the sewer. That's probably where it would go, I'd imagine.
So Thalud will try to create some fresh water for the tub for Chai.
Okay. And oh yeah, 27 cubic feet or 28 gallons of water. So he's able to fill it up like probably like a third of the way, because it's fully 10 feet across, like 10-foot diameter. Yeah. So, but it's enough to like, bathe oneself. Like, if you were to sit in a real bathtub where the water comes up maybe, 5 inches or so, like less than a foot, you can still bathe yourself in shallow water.
And when after Thalud does that, Chai will say, "Thank you, Thalud. Now, please, I do need privacy," and send him back to the ring.
Your wish is my command, my matron.
And he disappears into the ring, sort of like turns into smoke and then sort of puffs himself into the ring.
And then St. Luther will give a quick cure to himself. And that'll be all for me.
Alright. He gains 100 points for Cure Light. And Tenzi and Company.
Ashra will come into the hallway here and tell the assembled people about the device outside in the gazebo, asking if anyone might know more about how to operate it.
Oh no, would I?
Tenzi would not.
So it just takes astronomy, astrology, or navigation. And I'm not even gonna make you roll.
Salmond. Maybe I could check it out, Father. And he will go over towards it.
So he has navigation?
Yeah.
Right on.
Alright.
And he will make a check.
Astrolabe.
He doesn't have to. So he knows it as an astrolabe. And he can see that it is currently set to this very location where you stand, and the coordinates are shown around the edge of the device. They are grid coordinates.
All right. And so from being set, does it look like there's other, like where it's set now, is that like seem worn, like it's been there a long time, or is in that position a lot? And or if there's any kind of wear in any other spot around?
Well, it is resting in that position. It does look movable, but it is definitely resting currently in this very location, and the coordinates are plainly shown around the rim. I guess in order to figure that out, it would take extreme powers of observation. So go ahead and make an intelligence check with a -8, and we'll see if he can tell that. Extreme powers of observation. Wow. Okay. Yeah. He can see that it's definitely in this location often. And it looks like it hasn't been used in a long time.
Okay.
Anything else for Tenzi and Company?
I think that'll be it.
Okay. So there's that bonus. And Ovac Company.
I'll finish getting dressed and step out there and call Serenity again. And, I'll ask fellows out in the hall, where are you off to now?
Tenzi turns to Shandrak and looks back to Ovac and says, well, I think we're going to inspect the city a little bit to make sure that there's no ill effects from these demons we vanquished.
All right.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'd like to join you.
Definitely.
Tenzi will can Tenzi do a religion check?
To tell what Ovac's religion is?
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. You notice that he has a holy symbol. Don't you have a holy symbol, Ovac?
Yes, I even have a filigree of it on my armor.
Okay. Yeah.
I gotta reorder my things. Sorry. Oh, actually, I don't have religion. I thought I did. I guess there's only one true religion. Why would I need to know about other ones?
There you go.
Yeah.
Sorry. But he'll say he'll welcome Ovac as well.
Well,
Definitely. You're one of the heroes of the city. We ought to, assuage the people's fears before we go and make sure everything's all good.
So at the very least, Tenzi, you know that it is a holy symbol, and you can see that it is in the shape of a hammer and an anvil, and I think a crown. Like it's a anvil on the bottom with a hammer over it, and then a crown above it. And I think the same symbol is from Tolkien stories. Very same symbol. And I don't remember what it means in Tolkien stories. Yeah. So assume what you will from the shape of it and all that.
Just a very proud dwarf.
Yeah. Anything else for Ovac and company?
No, sir.
Alrighty. So, end of round. And we got spells and time here. So, Ashriel's Detect Magic is now expired. And first up is Shandrak and company.
I'm gonna go check out what you were talking about, Ashriel. Shandrak starts heading off where Zalmond went.
So yeah, you can see an octagonal-shaped gazebo with 4 seats at the corners. Well, not the corners, but the diagonal sides. Yeah. And in the center is some sort of navigational, astrological, astronomic instrument.
Shandrak kind of turns to Zalmond and says, any idea what it is?
Oh, yeah. I think they call it Astrolab. They use a lot of navigation on ships and such. Tenzi told me you guys, and I saw in his vault, he has one from Tintabula, I think.
Oh,
Similar to this, not exactly the same.
Yeah, that's right. Are you able to tell anything about the astrolabe?
Yeah, it's set right now for this particular location. You can move that piece over there, and he points it out, and it'll give you direction.
So it's set here. Like,
Yes.
Interesting.
Does not look like it's been used in a while, though.
Well, I'd imagine not, if this is what I think it is. Interesting. Maybe.
Oh, you think it's magical or something?
Well, it's worth a double. It's definitely mechanical, and I'll double check that. My detect magic is faded, but I'll get a new one going.
You're okay. I'll stay here with you.
And
then yeah.
Yeah, and then Ryer will just kind of comes up with his back to the door, kind of tapping his foot, waiting for his turn at the tub.
LOL. Anything else for Shandrak?
That's all.
Tenzi and company. So you can
just gonna step outside the door here.
Okay.
And see what he sees. There's statues in the wings of this hallway.
Yeah, it looks like statues of the Shogun himself. Sort of like in a pose. So he's definitely a poser. He's posing with his katana, like he's about to strike.
Alright, then he's gonna step outside.
Oh. Looks like I missed some windows out here. So here and here. There we go. Shut those. They're like barred windows, I guess.
Okay.
And
And seeing the fountain, he'll walk over to the fountain and take a look at it.
all right. So the fountain. So it looks like the water is slightly effervescent in this fountain. And there's this, as you approach, you get this like it's kind of smelly, the water. It smells a little eggy.
But it otherwise looks clear.
Yes.
He's going to stop and kind of admire the flowing water, noticing the effervescence and the smell, and he's considering whether further cleaning himself would be of any use given the smell of the water.
So from your, let's see, do you have any knowledge of chemistry?
None.
Okay. I'm sure you've encountered hot springs before, so you can tell this is like a hot spring. There's a little bit of steam coming off of it, and the water smells like it has a little bit of like sulfur smell to it.
Yeah. Okay. I think that'll be it for us for now.
Okay. Next we have Ovak.
All right. I'll yeah, I spoke to you guys last round. How long you think before we go? Out on the town.
Huh?
How long?
What was that last part? Soon. Looks like Tenzi and Chandrak might have seen something interesting. Maybe you can go find it. Notice something that they can't.
All right. Out of character, where are they located?
Well, Luther will kind of point. Look like Tenzi went kind of that way, and Chandrak kind of the other way.
And of course, Serenity kind of follows with him.
Yeah, I'll give her the big deal.
Woof woof.
Oh. Yeah,
Bark.
I'll step out into the courtyard. What I think is the courtyard.
Alright, so you make your way out to the courtyard, and you can see to the north, it looks like some sort of shrine. You can see a statue in here, and like through the window, you can see like some sort of bench. And then to the south, you see Tenzi standing in front of some kind of fountain. And the fountain's giving off a little bit of steam into the air. It's kind of a cool day today. Being late November. It's probably, you know, upper 40s, upper to mid 40s Fahrenheit. So the water is giving off a bit of steam as it spews into the air.
I'll go stand.
And as you approach, you smell the familiar smell of what chemical did I say before? Sulfur. The volcanic sulfury smell of hot spring water.
I'll go over and give it a sniff. I recognize that.
Is it only ornamental, or is it? Can you like drink from it, or?
Obak would know that it's like somewhat nutritious. I mean, it has it's like what do they call mineral water.
Right.
So,
Tell 'em, well, okay.
and it is
You like
hard water, obviously, because it's got minerals in it.
Yeah, I'll be like, if you like water that kind of tastes, smells like rotten egg, it'll be a little bit of nutrition. It's okay to drink. It won't hurt you. I'll look at him.
He looks back and says, "Perhaps this is more to your liking than mine."
Oh, if there's nothing else, I'll drink it. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna reach over and under Serenity's neck, like one of those little alcohol barrels, and I'll pull a couple cups out of her saddle pack. How would you like some mead?
I don't think I've ever had mead.
Very faint. I'll open it up, get enough to fill mine and just up.
So Tenzi, you can see that it is a golden yellow liquid that it bears some visual similarities to, urine, obviously, because of its color, but its scent is sweet and floral.
I'll do our future expedition together. I'll what do you call it? Knock up together.
And I'll lift the cup and say, "This is a good welcome to the group." And he'll kind of sniff the cup as he brings it to his mouth, and then takes a sip out of it.
Yeah, it smells like it would be very good to drink. And as you take a sip, you can taste, a slight amount of alcohol, probably around, 12 to 13%, which is a little bit lower than sake, obviously. So it's a little bit less alcohol than sake, but it is a lot more. It's a lot tastier. It's sweet, and it has like kind of fruity accents to it. And it has particular aftertaste and after smell that reminds you of honey.
After I take the first sip, I'll kind of pull down the cup a little bit, and then I nod in agreement of how good it is, and then have another full drink.
So I don't know if you guys ever noticed in real life how honey kind of smells like spit.
Yeah.
Like if you were to spit onto your hand, yeah, because it's essentially bee spit, right? So that weird smell, if you spit into your hand or on one of your hands or something, and like rub your hands together, and it kind of fills the air with that weird spit smell. That's the same type of smell that you get off of this particular type of wine. It's kind of like honey. I don't know. That's the best way I can explain it.
I'll take a long draw from my cup. Ah, those bees were working good that day.
Yeah. Anything else for Ovac and company?
Not right.
All right. End of round. We got spells and time.
Would this be a good time for a break?
Sure. Yeah. And when we come back, we'll have Shandrak and company. So we'll come back in probably. You guys want to take a full 5 or just a 3?
3's good for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
it's
can just
for me.
break.
I just have to uncheck a couple boxes here and check the ones that I want on the stream app. Alright, and we'll come back in 5 minutes starting now. And we are back. First up is Chandrak and Company.
Alright, Chandrak will tap his staff on the ground and cast a Detect Magic and see if he can detect anything from the astrolabe.
Alright. And there is nothing coming from the astrolabe. It's completely non-magical.
That's right. Yeah.
Let's see. Chandrak, staff, cast, detect magic on Chandrak. And that is +1 per round, counting up from a negative 18. Negative 18. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so definitely non-magical astrolabe.
Yeah. Chandrak will turn to Zalmond and say, yes, just as I thought. This is merely mechanical. There's no magic here, but I believe an astrolabe of this sort. It's been such a long time. Me, the person, and Chandrak has been met in a long time in character and out. It's like, but when we were in Tintabula, we were able to use a astrolabe in conjunction with the Wonder of the Dawn. No, in conjunction with the Bell of Ultimate Balance, and we could move the Wonder of the Dawn. So, if this is another astrolabe, and it's currently sent to here, then we could potentially move another building here instead. We'd have to get the bell again.
I believe you have the bell in your treasure chest or something. Or no. Kenzie has it in his bedroom.
In the storage of my stronghold.
Yes, the storage in your
okay.
stronghold. Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Yes.
Let's discuss this with the rest of everyone's Almond, and Chandrak will start to head back.
So, for our viewers and for our new player, Ovak, there is an artifact in the game known as the Bell of Ultimate Balance. And it is common knowledge to most, I guess all of the cultures of the world, but from prehistoric times. Okay? So it's kind of like the Holy Grail in the West. You know, everyone kind of knows about the story of, Jesus and the Last Supper where he drank from, the quote-unquote Holy Grail. And that's like a super important artifact in real life. This is similar to that. It's like somewhat religiously linked to a bunch of different religions, though, and is a known, legend, common knowledge in like virtually every culture in the world. So I have a handout for that. I think, let's see, that would be, I think it's archived, so I will pull it out. Find Bell, Ultimate Balance, Restore. I just want to check it out real quick and make sure that it doesn't have... Okay, yeah, there is a DM only section, so shh, edit. And back. Changes, so this is the Bell of Ultimate Balance right here. So way back in session 303, this is almost 200 sessions ago, right? Is when it was first mentioned, and it was mentioned by Saint Luther when before he was even anyone's henchman. He was still just an NPC. And it's all about Tintabula and the Red Desert, the Great War, Fourth Aeon, and it has a lot to do with, you know, the Outer Planes and a particular type of monster called Marut. And
Yeah, so Shandrak will come around and try to.
That's right. It
find
was
Tenzi and Ovak.
It was part of Brindur's bonded horde for a time, but I think you traded for it, Tenzi?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
pretty sure I have it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you traded something to him.
Yeah.
And then but has since been acquired by Tenzi Moroso. They've changed.
I think when I first got it, I couldn't carry it, so he was carrying it.
Yeah. And I don't know why Brindurd is not linking. I'm pretty sure that is how it's spelled. I'm gonna check real quick, actually. I just need a...
Showing Shandrak finds Tenzi at Ovak. It says, yeah, Tenzi, it looks like your father and brother.
It's
looks
because
like
it
they
doesn't
found,
have the last name.
Looks like they found another astrolabe, just like in Tintabula. But this one is synced to this location. So maybe, let's ask Ushas. I mean, if I think we can still use the bell. Can we, Tenzi? Like, maybe we could, if Ushas wants to be here, maybe we could move the, the Wonder of the Dawn here. Or, I don't know, Ming Dao even. If it says, I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, it would be best to seek her counsel in this. It is possible, though, that the bell was only attuned to that particular astrolabe, although I have that as well.
Well, wasn't it one astrolabe was the starting location and one is the ending location, right?
There's a astrolabe and a sextant. And so the sextant was for, I believe, we use it for height, and then the astrolabe for the ground location, direction. There's
Okay.
three coordinates.
Okay. Well, then if we have this astrolabe and the bell, and we have the measuring device, then I suppose. Well, I mean, if we want to move it to this location, it's already linked up, right? We could just use this astrolabe instead of yours.
Or we can use that one to set the other one to this location. Then we're ready to use it. We can use it from Ming Dao and then send whatever to here.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Something to think about. So that, yeah, definitely. We can ask Ushas what she'd like once we go see her again. But other than that, I think let's just go check out the city real quick before we try to head out.
Tenzi will turn and look up to the north and say, I'd just like to check out one more spot before we go. Looks like some type of shrine up there, and I want to make sure it's not to Raiden.
Oh yeah, just over there. Yeah. And the only other thing for me this round is Chai will get out of the bath, and Ryer will go in, and that's all for me.
So that's what that's what a Marut looks like.
Yeah, we saw when somebody accidentally hit the bell.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Yeah.
I don't want
And
to
then
name names.
But their initials
Fireball
are...
AoEs, man.
and that's Brian Druid. Brian Druid Balasarson, the Gold Dragon Hatchling. And I think to any Panoplian, Balasar the Bold would also be common knowledge. So this is a little bit of history. Well, maybe not actually. But this is the history of the player character group. So that's common knowledge almost the world over. Right. So that was Shandrak and Company. Nice little discussion going on about grid coordinates and artifacts and stuff that Ovac is kind of picking up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next up is Tenzi and Company.
Then I'll quickly take my leave and check out the area to the north, and then we can leave whenever you both are ready. And with that, Tenzi will head on. Kind of peek in the window, see if he sees anyone. And if not, then he'll just open the door.
He doesn't see anything. There is a statue in there. And you can see that it's not a statue of a demonic figure. It's a mortal man, and it kind of bears a resemblance to Lao Tzu. Maybe in his younger days.
That's what I was hoping. And with that, I will return, just kind of give a thumbs up, close the door behind me, and I'm going to have Asriel's going to go back and look again at the astrolabe and try to remember, commit to memory, commit to memory the settings as the Zalmond, and then that'll be it for us.
So Zalmond kind of gives them a little tutorial you know, about like how it's not a map of the world, it's a map of the sky, and it's kind of set to you know, this part of the world for like a certain time of the day or whatever, and it gives the grid coordinates for this part of the world, like this port basically, because the grid coordinates at this time aren't like super exact, but it's not as developed a system as it is in the real world today, but it would bring you within, like, you know, line of sight of the port. Like, obviously, if you do all your calculations correct, you're going to be able to find this port from, you know, wherever in the world with the proper grid coordinates. And yeah, that's about it. So both those characters kind of committed to memory.
That's the hope.
And anything else for Tenzi and Company?
Nope.
All right. Ovac.
Yes, sir.
It's Ovac's move.
All right. I leave about a quarter of my feed in the bottom of the cup. I'll call over to Serenity and give her a
Getting the dog drunk.
Well, you know, if you drink alone, you're an alcoholic.
Yeah. Dwarf logic. Anything else for Ovac?
I'll get ready to mount up and follow with the rest of them. I'll look at Vincent and lead on.
Yeah, that definitely makes it easier to get around, because Serenity's much quicker than you are.
My little short dwarf.
Yeah. So end of round. So it looks like Enlarge has about 2 rounds left on Shandrak. First up is Tenzi and Company.
Feeling they've got it memorized, Almond and Asheville will come back towards Tenzi, and let's see how far it is. Yeah, so that'll be about it for us this turn.
Alright. Shandrak.
Alright. Ryer will finish on up, and everyone else will make their way out to the front.
And Ovac. You can see everyone's kind of gathering out in the courtyard.
I'll go out there and ride and get ready to go. Lead on!
Alright.
Alright. End of round. And we got spells and time. This is 0 round for the enlarged spell on Shandrak. Next up is Tenzi.
Okay, so start heading out.
Yeah, looks like the entrance is just to the west, right?
And so he'll head out. And go off the map, I guess. And then Ashra will follow, as will Zalmond. And that looks like I lost Musashi. But as Zalmond goes by Ovak and his mount, he'll kind of look admiringly at him and say, "Yo, wait till you see Ruckus." And that will be it for us.
All right, Shandrak and Company.
All right. Chandrak and his people will they'll also start to head off this map and back into the city. And as we're exiting the castle, Ryer will take off his guitar and begin playing a song. A song that's kind of like at first kind of dark and moody, but then becomes exciting and happy.
All right. Anything else for Shandrak?
Nope, just looking over at Ovak and it's like get ready for investigate the city. Just a quick check should be all it's good, just to make sure everyone's all right.
All right.
And Ovak and Company.
I will. We're doing a quick once over of the town here, city. Correct.
We're just gonna investigate like outside the castle, like what's it looking like outside there,
All right. I'll how we call it, kind of together, serenity. I shall follow or fall in line.
All right. I heard something about Serenity.
Oh, I was gonna say I will call it kick her, well, not kick her, but motion, nudge her with my knees, get her to move.
Okay. Yeah, she moves.
No.
Should be able to move her.
Well, it's not wanting to reload for me.
Oh, the map. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, you join the rest of the group, and I'll move you guys out to the city. So, like I do with most cities, is I map them each building. I like to use cities as dungeons sometimes.
Okay.
So this entire city is mapped. And I'm just copying everyone's tokens here. So we can move to the next map. Copy. And then delete. And we're going to move out to the Shidehai ground map. Alright. So as you guys poke out of the castle, you notice that other people are doing the same thing. They're kind of poking their heads out of their houses and stuff, looking around. Some of them see that there's no demons anymore. And, they look pretty happy, and they start kind of coming out of the woodwork. Let's see. I'm just going to turn off animation for now. Oh, and these demons gone. Ones should be able to see or might be able to
I was
see.
gonna ask. There was one I saw.
Yeah. This map is really big, so there might be some like music issues or loading issues. But for right now, I'm gonna turn off. Actually, if I turn off animation right now, it's just going to do nothing. So I think next time we have a break, I'll just well. Or refresh that. Oh, quick shout out to Thaco Tuesday, one of our loyal viewers. Thank you very much for tuning in. And for our new viewer, we just got a 5th viewer. I'm just reloading the map real quick because my music was kind of flowing. There. Okay, so we got the player party down here. And then players at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and roll base size initiative. And it sounds like I am going to have to turn off. Yeah, I'm going to have to turn off animated graphics because just not play. Doesn't sound like that made a difference. Yeah. Lighting line right here. Okay. And we are just waiting for base size initiative rolls from player characters. We have one for Shandrak so far, it looks like.
My bar is going up the top.
Say again?
My bar is going up at the top.
Your bar is not going up to the top?
Going up.
Oh, it's not showing up when you click on your token?
I find myself
Did you find your token right here?
right where. Sorry.
Right here. And
Okay.
then
Oh.
you're breaking up really bad. I can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I can't see my token at all.
You can't see this one right here?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll roll base size initiative for you. That's
Thank you.
medium base speed. Okay. And got, yeah, new round. Sort the tracker. And we've got spells and time. So it looks like 0 round for... Oh, Shandrak's mirror image is expired a long time ago. So 0 round for enlarge on Moen. And Shandrak shrinks down to normal size. And first up is you, Ovek.
All right.
So are you able to see the gaming table now?
No, not yet.
Okay. So behind you, your character's facing left. To the right, you can see Shidehai Castle behind you. To the left, looks like there's a large manse of some kind. And then the features of the town, you can see a large pagoda to the, I would say, north by northeast. And to the west, there is a like a butte of sorts, and you can see a temple atop it. And from the butte pours down a waterfall into a stream, and kind of heads along the north edge of the castle out to the sea. Sort of in between the castle and that pagoda that I mentioned earlier. And then way off to the northwest, you can see smoke rising into the air from some kind of like industrial area, like from fires and whatnot, coal fire.
I'll where do you need me to go? Look.
Well, to be honest, we spend most of the time under the city, so we really just. So we just wanted to make sure. There was a lot of demons here, so I mean, we'll follow your lead, Ovak. We just wanted to make sure the citizens are safe.
All right. Are we checking house by house or what?
No, I just think maybe a lap around the town, and then Tenzio look over at the manse. Is that the place we went in?
No, the brothel that
Yeah.
you went into earlier is just west of the pagoda that you can see off to the north by northeast. And actually, you can see the brothel from here. It's directly north of you, across the river.
Okay.
I mean, not the river, but it's a creek that leads from that butte.
Is there a town center we can go to?
You're basically just to the south of the town center. The town center is basically where the brothel is. And you can start to see people come out of their homes and, mill around, and they're like looking around. So, I think town encounters are probably gonna be starting to happen. I'm gonna roll city and town encounter, random encounters, special city town, and the date is November 27th, 11:85, and it's still fall because it's not the winter equinox yet.
I'll
Okay.
go up a little bit north. I'll retrieve my bell. Start striking it with my smithy hammer.
Yeah.
Start calling people. Everyone, come! There's news to be heard. Kind of like a town crier.
Yeah. And which is in this culture is odd. So you are getting a lot of attention. Like people here, it seems like they don't normally have town criers. So like a crowd starts gathering around you, and I'm not gonna put tokens out, but it's a tentative. I mean, sorry, not tentative. That's the wrong word. A token or the word escapes me, but I guess a token crowd is kind of gathering around and listening to what you have to say, like one person at a time. So it starts with like maybe 3 people come out of the manse and come across and start listening to you, and then one person who was sneaking down the road from the north, comes along and stops, and then another couple of people that kind of sneak around this corner of the castle tower, come up and they start listening to you. Notional. Yeah, that's the word. Notional. There is a notional crowd gathering to listen to you.
Do I speak the same common tongue as they do?
They do speak the common tongue, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll start crying out. Your oppressors are now gone.
And the crowd cheers. The crowd cheers. They're like, "Yay!"
Thanks to these people. I'll just back here by elf.
So could you hear that cheering?
Yes.
Yeah, and they definitely seem happy. When you say that. And it causes more people to come and listen to what you have to say.
I'll start doing kind of like the town crier and your old European.
Yeah. Yep.
Hear ye, hear ye. Heroes of the day are. The name of the party is.
The Order of the Superior Star.
Okay. The Order of the Superior Star has defeated your foes that oppress you.
All right. Tenzi and company. You see this notional crowd gathering around Ovac, listening to basically your exploits in saving the continental empire of Adria.
Yeah, Tenzi's not really one for attention. He's going to try to just kind of move around the crowd. Um, up to here.
Blend in.
He'll listen to what Ovac has to say to make sure it's true. Things aren't embellished, but he's just going around checking to see if there's any like damage to buildings or people are hurt or anything.
Yeah, there are some people hurt. No real damage to the buildings or anything like that. But there are some people that are hurt. A lot of people look like they're kind of emaciated, like maybe they were harvested for blood or something, but they were left alive. And a lot of people have bandaged like arms and stuff, and wrists for that matter, where it appears they were harvested for their blood. So in terms of health, it's like they're missing 1 or 2 health.
Like endurance.
Gotcha.
Or
Say again.
like their constitution or a hit point.
Hit points. Yeah, their hit points have been drained as though they've been drained of blood. So they're wounded. They're literally wounded. They have wounds.
But it looks like they can recover on their own, given there's no further.
Yes, given a few days. Yeah.
Right. I think that'll be it for us.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
Shandrak will come up to Ovac and be like, "That's right. For more than 10 years, more than a decade, Adria has lived under the heel of the Shogun, but not truly the Shogun. For the Shogun had been long possessed by a Baelor known as Fizok. A Baelor that is back in the abyss now. They and their master are now dead, and you have been freed. See how their minions flee in terror now that their master is gone?
Excellent. So Shandrak and Ovac are shouting to the crowd and spreading the message of freedom. As Tenzi looks the crowd over for injuries. And to the south, on this road that you're standing on, actually, you can see your mounts approaching along with there. Delete character. There we go. Alright. And then, of course, group not 5 squares wide, but only squares wide. Because narrow road. Narrow space. And they all quickly approach kind of led by Ruckus. And so you guys see your mounts approach, and Ruckus sort of like and sort of howls as he approaches. And when he gets to Zalmond, so Ovak, you see this giant white wolf, a white dire wolf, approach, and it starts sniffing Zalmond, the paladin. And he sort of whimpers. To Zalmond, and kind of licks his shield and armor and stuff, and kind of comes up to him and bows at his feet. Sort of lays down right at his feet, and he has a saddle as well. It's just not shown right now. But anything else for Shandrak?
Yeah, I guess now that the mounts have been led over by good old Ruckus, some of my other people will start heading over to the horses.
Okay. So end of round. Got spells and time. And this is 0 round for the enlarge on Zalmond. And Moen shrinks to normal size. Beep, 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 beep.
Ruckus will be happy when that happens.
Yeah. And of course that mirror image gone for a while. So first up is Ovak. Yeah, you see this giant wolf. It's the dire wolf. A snow white dire wolf. And lays down at Zalmond's feet and whimpers.
Got a good taste in traveling companions. I'm talking to wolf. And I'll look off at the people and say, those who feel sick and very tired or drained, make sure you liver and rest and no alcohol. I'm sure that they quickly turn on me and attack.
Yeah. No, they kind of like nod in unison, and you can see that some of them have bandaged wrists and arms and stuff, and they look kind of emaciated and thin. Most of the people do look pretty thin because it's been a long time, like a decade. So they've all been, fed upon and stuff like that for years. So they do look kind of, yeah, like what you were saying. Their constitution seems a little bit not where it ought to be. But, from your medical knowledge, given time, that they will, make a full recovery, albeit somewhat scarred from the wounds, which, the only thing that cures scarring is magical healing. That actually I don't know if you knew that, but scars are cured by cure wounds spells.
It makes sense.
Yeah. So when you are wounded or whatever and you heal naturally, it leaves scars. And then when you're healed with a magic spell, all your scars disappear. Like if you get fully healed, that is, all the scars on your body disappear. So your skin is like baby smooth again, you know, and like even your acne scars and all that stuff just disappears. You have perfect skin after that because you're magically cured.
I'll also tell them, hey, even though people were taken over by monstrous creatures, it was not their choice. Please lay them to rest with honor.
Oh yeah, yep, yeah. And a lot of people nod, and some people start crying. Because for some of them it was their fathers and their brothers and their sons that were possessed. And there are a lot of samurai you notice milling about that look like they were some of the possessed people, and they're no longer possessed. Like they're foaming at the mouth and acting all crazy and stuff, but they are covered in blood, like they've been feeding on people's blood before they became unpossessed. That is. Okay. Anything else for Ovac?
No, not right.
All right. Tenzi and company.
Zalma gives Ruckus a big hug. Good job, Ruckus. I missed you. And just does that while Tenzi comes back to Shandrak and says, before we go, we have, I think, one more task to perform. Unfortunately, it is in the sewers.
Here?
Hey,
Ah, did you? Ah, that's right. Well, what do you mean exactly?
We had a deal with the dragon.
Oh, that's right. Oh, Ovac, that's true. Yeah, you'll want to go in the sewers. You got some gold coming your way.
really?
That's right, of course. You stuck your neck out for us, so your first payment's about to come up.
Oh, very generous of you.
All right, I guess in that case, I guess we'll leave the horses here, or should we? I mean, there's enough room in the sewer. I guess we could take them, and then we could teleport out, right?
Yeah. So I have
Yeah.
I have two-dimensional folds.
Okay. Yeah.
So we can go in and out.
Do we have to
In
go
and
up and
summer.
down a lot of ladders?
Well, it depends on how we get there. We could go there magically, in which case no ladders involved. And then, so then we would probably
That's
have
true.
all of us go, and then all of us would go together, mounts and all. Then we would go to, I guess, Hang Mine next from there.
Okay. Yeah.
That'd be the two folds then.
Sounds good to me.
I'll grumble in the background.
So get ready for some magical travel, Ovac.
All right, if I must.
There's gold at the end of it.
I'm aware that had some bearing on my decision. Wow, real big.
All right. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
No, we just get ready to mount up, and I get ready to start casting a spell.
Okay. Outside of combat, you don't have to make any checks to mount up.
That will be it for us.
Okay, and then Shandrak and company.
All right. Shandrak, before he walks away, he was like, "Oh, of course. This friendly creature is yours. What's its name?"
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, that fuzzy dog you're riding.
Oh yeah, this is me girl Serenity. I've had her since she
Yeah.
was up.
Serenity. She is a sweetie. And Kendra kind of comes around away from the face, kind of near the body, and kind of rubs his face on the fur to try to rub off any lingering staph on it.
Yeah, it rubs off onto her fur, and yeah, your face is a little cleaner.
You know when
And I,
dogs like lean against you, that's how
uh-huh.
they hug you actually. So Serenity will start leaning against them.
Aw, it's like, aw, you are a friendly girl. Oh, I'm gonna like traveling with you. And Chandrak will give her a little scratch on the butt as he goes to mount up.
And she whines a little bit.
Be a good girl.
Right, and everybody's just waiting to go through the portal.
All right. End of round, and so Shandrak's enlarge on Zalamond wears off, so Zalamond shrinks down to normal size. And first up is Ovac.
I see the portal open up.
It's about to. It looks like Tenzi's casting a spell right now.
I will not be the first one to go through, but I'll wait till it forms. Let a few people go through and then go.
Okay. Tenzi and Company.
I got to click on Tenzi.
All right, so you cast Dimensional Folding. And a gateway appears. I'm going to give you permission to say you can move that wherever you want and orient it any way you want.
It has to be within 5 feet of him.
Ah,
So, so yeah, he'll just put it like right in front of the horse there, so he can just kind of walk through. And so people have to come through this way.
okay. And you can see on the other side the sewer, and Yong is there, kind of coiled around the treasure that you guys were counting. And is there anyone who does not step through?
All my people do.
Okay.
Before I go through, I'll sit there and like start doing breathing techniques, and like Serenity like rolls her eyes. I push her to go through after that.
All right. And you guys all step through. Do the sheet. should see a black screen right now because I don't have your tokens on the board yet. Oh, actually, the old token. Boop, 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 boop. Probably check. Oh, that is Dead Lao Tzu. Okay. That. Back over here. You guys sort of. Where's a good big spot for you guys to pop in? Probably there for now. Turn the party side. And you guys arrive up. Well, maybe right now. Here. Yeah. Yeah. Probably that. And then go ahead and roll base size initiative. And Ovac, you are right here. Are you able to see your token?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you can roll base size initiative for yourself then. Let's see what happens when I disable.
Sorry, I need to take a quick break.
Okay. Alright, in that case, I'm going to turn animated graphics back on. I'm going to refresh my page and we'll take a quick 3-minute break. We'll come back. 3 minutes starting now. And we are back. Turn the music back on. There we go. And what is up with this? Oh, okay. Some of you guys can see that far. All right. Okay. And graphics back on. There we go. All right. And we got all 3 players on the tracker. Okay, spells and time. Oh, I need to roll the DM button for the spell. Okay, so see, I'm gonna say that I think you did study carefully down here, like you specifically said that.
Yeah, once we made the deal with the dragon, I studied carefully at this spot.
Yeah. So no one ages when they step through the doorway. And of course Tenzi gets 400 points for dimensional folding. And then we got spells and time. First up is Ovak. So as you're not the first to pass through, but you're the first to act once everyone gets to the other side. And it looks like you might be kind of stuck on a dynamic lighting line, so I'll move you on to your mount.
Thanks.
And so to the north, in the water, you can see a massive treasure hoard. And you can see the knuckles of a rather large dragon, sort of like as it hovers in the air. It's a big blue. You can see big blue knuckles right here.
I'll look at.
Go ahead.
I'll look back at the rest of the party and go, friend or foe? Pointing at the dragon.
Friend.
God, I hate. Oh, thank goodness. I look at all those beautiful sparkly.
Yes, he agreed to count them with us for us while we're upstairs at the in the castle.
Ah. Right.
And then we're going to trade him that gold for gems.
That's right. He had gems that he offered to trade us.
Ooh, those would be nice. What is this between us and that water?
That looks like nasty sewer water. There is a sort of like a sloped wall at the edge of the pool. It kind of leans or like leads down into the water. You can excuse me. You can see that the water is not very deep. It only comes up to like maybe your dog's belly. But if you were to stand in the water, it would be like up to your probably like your waist.
I'll sorry about this little girl, but I'll go to that ledge and go across.
All right. So with her being a large creature, she does not have to make a climb check. She just like splashes down into the water.
Okay.
And you can see there is, floating nasty stuff in the water.
Oh.
Human nasty stuff. Turds and whatnot. And it does smell kind of fecal here. And what you would expect a sewer to smell like.
I'll look around. Go light anything on fire.
And just as you step into the water, you see a large blue snout pop out of the darkness. And this creature shows itself by the light of these. So people in the party bust out these necklaces that are giving off continual light. And they put them on. And it kind of illuminates a large area. And that dragon pops into view and says,
Chong has finished counting for you.
And what's the total?
Chong has counted 41,000 gold coins. Yes, very much 41,000 gold coins.
I'll look back at the rest of the party. Well, this is your deal. I won't speak for y'all.
Don't worry, don't mind him, Chong. He's a friend. He gets a share, just like the rest of us.
I'll try and give my best smile, trying to look unthreatening as possible.
and if you recall, Chong had 13 deep red to violet crystals. For trade.
Okay. Nice.
I'm not sure if anyone ever asked him what they were or appraised them or... Alright. Anything else for Ovak?
No, sir, I'm done.
Alright. Next up is Tenzi and Company.
So Tenzi will tell the dragon that per our agreement, we'll trade as much of that as you need in exchange for those gems, those stones.
Yes, I have 13 stones for trade. These stones are known as garnet. They are worth 500 gold coins each. So, 500 gold coins times 13 stones equals 6,500 gold coins. That leaves a remainder of, let's see, 41,000 coin minus 6,500 coins. Whoops. 34,500 coins remain for you.
And you can see that he has set aside part of the stash for himself, the 6,500. And he scoops those up with his mouth and kind of turns around. Oh no! Oh no! Undo. Undo. Okay. Yeah, he kind of turns around. And you can see his tail kind of go off into the darkness. And you hear this loud as like thousands of coins sort of like fall onto a large pile of gold. And then the dragon, you hear this like as it slurps something up. And he turns around and comes back. And he lays a pile of stones on the edge of this pool. And see. Yeah. Oh, that image is broken. I guess. Man, there's so many broken images on Roll20. Yay, little candies. Okay. So he sticks, a small pile of stones on the edge of the pool there, and then kind of slinks back into the darkness. Okay. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
Before he slinks off, I was gonna tell the dragon to take an extra 6,000 of the gold out of my share for his counting efforts.
Okay, so /R 4,500 divided by 3. 11,500 per person. So that leaves 5,500 coins left for Tenzi. Everyone else gets 11,500. Coins are 1 pound per 50 coins. So /R 11,500 divided by 50 is 230 pounds of gold.
I've never been so happy to be over in my life.
A lot of that can be carried by Serenity in your saddlebags and stuff, I think. Because don't saddlebags carry, like, what is it? Let's see. Player's Handbook, money and equipment, cumbrance, stowage capacity, saddlebags large, 30 pounds. And that's per bag.
Wow. Wow.
So you can have two saddlebags. So you can carry 60 pounds of gear on Serenity. Even with the saddle, you can carry 60 pounds of gear.
All right.
I'm sure you bought 2 saddlebags, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Like everyone else, I guess I'll start loading up.
Yeah. All right. Anything else for Tenzi?
Nope.
And Chandrak and company.
Alright, yeah. Just start dividing that up among my people. And
Okay.
let's see.
So just switch into 0 gems and 12,500 GP on his end.
Much better bed for him to sleep on.
Yep. Yeah, so his coin collection gains some size to it. And he kind of goes back to his, like, pool of water or whatever. And he's, like, resting his head on his gold. And you can hear this loud snoring sound coming from the darkness to the northeast. Animation pause. There. Anything else for Chandrak?
Nope, just starting to load the divide the gold up and trying to load it up on my mules.
Okay, is that what everyone's doing? Just kind of loading up?
Yeah.
Alright. And then what's happening with the stones?
So there's 13 of them. We each get 4, and then there's one someone can buy out of their gold, and we can divide it up and still keep it even. So, so I don't know if you want to have Ovac take the extra stone, so he would get 5 stones and that much less gold.
All right.
Alright, so Ovac, instead of 11,500 gold, you get just 11,000, but you get the extra stone.
All right.
And they are... Oh shoot, what stone did I say?
Garnet. violet
Garnets, yeah. Okay. Garnet. So just Ovac on your character sheet, make note. You have Garnet times however many is 1 extra.
All right.
And then, you know, GP value 500 each. And I will remove the garnets. And we'll say that about 5 minutes goes by as you scoop up the gold. Because he has it laid out for you already. That's 1 minute. 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And we got spells in time. Okay, Chandrak's shield spell is now expired. Airdrin shrinks down. Pew, 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 pew. And first up is Ovac. You have all of your treasure in your pouches if you have room. I'm not sure how much room you had left. But as I said, it was 230 pounds of gold, 60 of which can go into your mounts, bags, or whatever. Which leaves 170 pounds in your backpack, and backpacks carry 50 pounds. So it might take a couple of trips and maybe, you know, buying something possibly in the city, or I don't know how you want to work it, but there's 230 pounds of gold and you can carry 110 if you dump everything out of your backpack.
I guess I'll go into town and get a wagon at Corinth.
You can maybe we have some mules, don't we, Chandrak? There might be capacity on them.
Yeah.
There you go. So
Let's see.
a pack saddles, if they're mules with pack saddles, you can pack up a pack saddle until the mule is heavily encumbered. Like the only weight limit to a pack saddle is the mount that you put it on. And
Okay.
mules carry their light encumbrance is 250 pounds, and they go all the way up to 500 pounds at 1/3 movement. And then after 500, it's like they're overloaded and they won't go anywhere. They won't even stand up.
Okay, yeah, in that case, yeah, if they're better at that, then Shandrak is gonna move a couple things around. And then he's gonna move a couple things around and say, here, you can use my my donkey Malance for now.
Okay. So I will give. You get a free mule named Malance. Edit. Controlled by Shandrak and Ovak for now. And looks like you've got your magic spell books on this mule.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I just gotta move those couple little things off. I'm just moving those onto Chelinor.
Okay. So it's currently carrying 19 pounds. Don't remove that large pack saddle.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually just supposed to be just a pack saddle. The equipment lists, tack and harness. Pack saddle, 5 GP. And they weigh 15 pounds. Why does that only say 8? Pack saddles weigh 15 pounds. Regular saddles are 35 pounds. Demra Elite Armor. Dim Enchantment.
Plan should be good now for Ovak.
Okay. So, Ovak, here is your mule. It comes with a pack saddle that weighs 15 pounds. So, out of the 250 pounds that the mule can carry without being encumbered, 15 are already taken up by the pack saddle. But it allows you to carry as much weight as the mule can possibly hold. So did you add the 30 pounds of gold for the large pack saddles to your horse? I mean your dog?
Let me check real quick.
So 30 pounds of gold is like 1,500 gold? Yeah, 1,500 gold weighs 30 pounds. You can also carry some in your backpack, and you have a whole ass mule. The mule could probably just carry the rest for you. I think the mule could carry most of it, other than 15 pounds of it, because their weight capacity for light encumbrance is 250. That kind of works out perfectly. And when everyone gets loaded up, go ahead and figure out your encumbrance. And then you guys might want to talk about making investments, or let Ovak know where you can buy diamonds, wink wink nudge nudge,
Yeah, Ovak. Now that we got lots and lots of gold, we do know that there's one place over in Enervia that actually sells gems. So that's even like diamonds, which are worth like 5,000 gold pieces. So that'll really lighten some load.
Aye, I'd say so. Thank you for the information.
There's a good man called Jim. I'll have to visit him in the next few days.
Oh yeah, Jim's Gems. Yeah, that's right. That's one of my most developed cities, is Enervia City. So I have funny little names for some of the shops. There's Jim's Gems. Somebody's haberdashery. I can't remember. And then there was like Farmer's Armors. It's a guy named Farmer. It's a guy named Farmer that's an armor smith. Like his dad was a farmer or something, and he became an armor smith instead of being a farmer because he was like, the seventh son or whatever. So he didn't inherit any part of the farm or any of the livestock or anything.
But it became a successful business.
Yeah. Yeah. He became a armor smith's apprentice instead of a farmer.
Yeah, so I'm all good. I can shuffle things around between my mules. So I'm good for encumbrance now. Does anybody else need more time to put the characters in order?
I think I'm good. If I have to, I'm not quite finished, but if I have to, I have room on my pack horse. So.
Oh yeah. Pack horses carry a lot. And then. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just counting up the number of coins and dividing.
Yeah. And then Ovak. Once you're done figuring your encumbrance, you can go ahead and take your move.
All right. Where does it look like out is?
Say again.
Where does it look like out is?
Out? Oh. Let's see. So from where you stand, you can see, I think, 2 sources of light. So you see a source of light way over here. Okay. And then I'm pretty sure you can see something over here.
All right. Now, are we leaving on foot or
Tenzi says, "I will be providing the exit momentarily."
all right?
Can you get your dog and mule back up here?
Oh. And you can see one shred of light coming from over. Pretty sure you can see that. See that little bit of light right there?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. How can I get out of here?
Once everyone's ready, I will create an exit from here and an entrance to our next location.
I meant the pool. Sorry.
Oh, out of the pool. Okay, yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, you get your mount out of the pool.
All right, I'm ready.
And next up is Tinsy and Company. Whee!
Tenzi will look around and look to Shandrak and say, Hang my?
Yeah, let's let them know the good news. The old capital we go.
All right. Which part of Hang Mai do you want to go to?
In front of the temple, I would think, right?
All right.
Shandrak?
Yeah, that'd be best, right?
Okay. Is there anyone who does not step through? Okay. So, you cast another dimensional folding to Central Adria and Hang Mai, the old capital. All right. Oh. Oh, and like Dante's on this too. All right. So you guys teleport in onto the staircase of the temple in Hang Mai. All right. You step through, and the environment is completely different. So Ovak, you step through. Oh no, it's Oh yeah, new round. Okay. So there we go. You guys step through. And Ovak, you're not necessarily the first through the door, but you're the first to act once everyone is on the other side. So,
So quick.
yeah, you are in a new city. You come out on a grand staircase, huge staircase, leading up from the ground to an elevated temple that is about 80 feet off, elevated off the ground. Okay, and the front of the temple has symbols of this sun all over it. The door is over here, and it's guarded by this man. Okay, at the top of the stairs, you can see apartments. There are doors on either side of this courtyard. And I'll just do that. I don't know what that is. The man has a lantern next to him, which is not currently lit. And you can see in the courtyard milling about, and some are practicing martial arts. Priests. They look like this. Okay, a lot of them have prayer beads and whatnot. They're dressed in the colors of orange and yellow. And they have tonsured haircuts. Most of them are shaved bald. And if you have religion, you can tell what religion they belong to.
All right.
You pass a religion check.
Got one.
Say again?
I got a success when I rolled.
I still couldn't hear you. You got a success? Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't scroll all the way down. Okay, so from your knowledge of religions, this is the... This is the main temple dedicated to the goddess Ushas. Her symbol is the rising sun. Okay. And she is the goddess of the dawn, the bright and ever young daughter of the heavens. Every morning she drives away the evil spirits that have gathered in the night, awakens the gods and all living creatures, and then opens the gates of the sky. Her avatar takes the form of a beautiful woman. She can draw upon the all charm, healing, protection, and sun spheres for her spells. And her priesthood are... oh yeah, they're priestesses. They must be women, right? So these are women. I forgot about that. And they greet the arrival of the new day with songs and music, and may never retreat from evil. I completely forgot that her priests have to be... So those are specialty priests. Obviously, she has monks too. Because you recognize this holy symbol as the one Tenzi wears around his neck. So right back here, from the times that you've actually seen Tenzi, which is mostly like just in times of like he takes his cloak off, which I don't think you've actually seen yet. You've probably only seen his his holy symbol and not his face.
All right. I'll look back at the rest of the party again. Oh, I don't feel well. Where are we now? I know you told me, but where in the city?
We are at the temple of Ushas in the city of Hangmai.
And as you can see, as you look out over the horizon off to the west, it's a completely different horizon than when you were in Shidehai a moment ago. Here, instead of seeing the mountain of... Let's see, what was it? World Maps, Adria. So instead of seeing... That's loading for me. Yeah, instead of seeing the Anda Hills to the west and far off into the distance, the Kaijono Pinnacle, which is this giant mountain that just pokes up into the sky and is has a glacier on top. So that would have been to the west by northwest when you were in Shidehai. Now what you see to the west is the Guan Hills. Okay, and then off to the northwest, you can see the Quang Mountains, and probably there's a glacier, 2 glaciers, up in those mountains, and then in between you and the Guan Hills are miles and miles of farmland. And from your height at the temple, because you're way up on top of those stairs, you can see pretty far. You can see out to beyond the Guan Hills. You can see a vast lake that starts the closest shores you can see are just south of that mountain range. So completely different horizon from where you were a moment ago.
Still feel like fall weather.
Yeah, the weather is slightly different here. So let me roll weather real quick. So that is random encounters, special, city, town, and it's November 27, 11, 8, 5, and it's still fall. Okay, so there is becalmed wind. There's no wind to speak of, and there is precipitation. So it's raining right now, and it's probably just like a little sprinkle because there's no wind whatsoever. So you can feel almost like someone's spritzing an atomizer over your head. Tiny little droplets of water, almost like mist, are hitting your beard and your armor and gathering up and sort of making you damp. And you can smell it in Serenity's fur as well. She's starting to smell like a wet dog.
Ooh, are these quarters that are available to me, or do I need to find it in?
I couldn't understand what you said.
I'll ask, are there quarters here for me to stay in, or do I need to go with the local inn?
We have some options.
Yeah, there's rooms to stay, and actually, I actually have a place that we can all stay at.
Okay, I'm not real familiar here. I'll let guide.
Alright. Anything else for Ovac?
No.
Okay, so we had Shandrak answered the question, and so did Tenzi. Kind of. All right, Shandrak and Company.
All right. Shandrak will dismount from his horse. If I can find where did he go? There he is. And he'll start to climb up the stairs. And he'll come up to the door. And he just kind of turns around and is waiting for Tenzi and Oval. Just looks back at you two and waits from there.
All right. Next up is Tenzi.
Tenzi and Musashi dismount. Move up the stairs. I can find Tenzi.
Hello, Order of the Superior Star. You may enter the temple at this time.
And Ishigita stands aside, and he opens the door to the temple. And inside, you can see many monks encircling this room inside, and at the far end, the High Priest, Hishuo, and the avatar of Ushas herself, surrounded by the lectors, and Hishuo kind of turns around and sees you guys as you enter and stands aside from the path. And the light leads directly to Ushas. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
Tenzi will just come up to the door. He'll motion for Ovak to follow, and he'll wait for Ovak, and Musashi will come and speak with
Ishigita.
Ishida, yep.
I will follow.
Ah, hello. Me, Yamamoto. How do you fare?
My
Yeah,
training
yeah.
my training has proved much useful in the field.
Good, good. I am glad you have found a use for it. As of late, I have had, many boring a day guarding the temple, which is a good thing, I think.
It is indeed, and we come with great news for Ushas.
Oh? News of what?
I will let Tenzi and Shandrak share that.
Our quest. It's done. The Shogun is dead, and his Dark Master is also dead.
This is a wonderful news. You must, inform the God Empress immediately.
That's why we're here. We're also aided at the very end by a new friend.
A new friend?
Yes, a new member came to aid us in our final battle.
Ah,
And Handrak motions over to Ovak.
oh. And I see Asha is no longer with you.
Ah, yes. That's right. Asher, well, you know, elves, they live a long time, but, you know, their interests fleet from here, from there, and, you know, she left us in good hands. She gave a lot in her passing, but she went
Ah,
back home. She just needed to make some time away from the adventuring days, see her family.
ah. On the contrary, I know nothing of elves. Being from Adria, no elves live here. Mostly it is a western thing. But I do see, from my conversations with her, that elves must be more aloof than we men.
Yes, she lives a long time, and you know, she can hold her interest for a long time in one thing, and then suddenly lose interest the next day. You know, that's the way elves are.
Yes. But, please make haste, in
Yes.
informing, the God Empress of the good news. And thank
That's why we're
you.
here.
And he stands aside and just kind of he lowers his eyes. He doesn't make a bow. All right. Anything else for Tenzi?
That is it.
All right. So you can, Ovak, you can hear, your friends mention you to this samurai standing at the door. Apparently, his name is Ishigida. And we have spells and time. First up is Ovak.
Ah,
It's it.
most interesting. I believe your race is called, dwarf?
Aye, that's it.
Most interesting. I've never seen a dwarf before.
He out of like really big or something.
Say again.
He like very big.
He is. Oh yeah, he's 6'6". He is really tall.
I guess you ate whatever you wanted to growing up.
I
I am a dwarf. Actually tall, one of my kind.
Yes, and you are most welcome here, Master Dwarf Ovak. I am honored to meet you. I am Ishigida.
Well met.
Well met. Yes. Please enter at your leisure.
Thank you.
and anything else for Ovak?
No,
Next up is Shandrak.
Okay. Yep. Shandrak will start to enter into the chamber. And head on up.
And you can see there's about close to a dozen monks probably about 10 monks. They're all kind of praying in sort of like a semicircle type shape, or like a horseshoe shape, around the center of this room. And you ascend a 10-foot staircase up to a 10-foot tall dais, at the center of which is the god Empress Ushas. And you kind of pass by High Priest Ishuo.
Chandra kind of gives the high priest a nod, and then he
Well-
turns.
I guess he would be the high monk, not the high priest.
And then I turn to Ushas and say, Ushas, fantastic news. Tenzi will be here in just a moment, but we have come with the best of news for you.
And what is this news?
Oh, wouldn't you rather hear it from Tenzi? He is your, well, he loves you so much.
I would like very much to hear it as soon as possible.
All right then. Well, if that's the case, I would like to tell you that it is mission accomplished. Shida High has been liberated from the Shogun and Tenebris.
This is amazing news. Thank you so much for coming here today to tell me this fantastic thing. You're always welcome here, Mr. Shanrak. And where is my faithful servant, Tenzi?
I kind of wave from out in the courtyard.
And anything else for Shandrak?
One.
Yeah. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
No, that's all.
Alright, Tenzi. And she says,
Come here, my child.
I come along the path. I pass by Shandrak and stop, even with the high monk. And I say, "O Radiant Dawn, I'm here. We have done a great thing for you."
Oh, my most faithful servant, Tenzi. Thank you so much for visiting me again. And this news of what you have accomplished is so wonderful.
anything else for Tenzi and company?
I'll say, "O Radiant Ushas, what is your next desire? Do you want to move to Shidahai, or will you stay here?"
Of course, my place is always in my temple.
Your temple meaning the Temple of the Dawn? That's right?
No, not the Wonder of the Dawn. Here, this
Yes.
temple. This
this
temple is
temple.
my temple. I will remain here. But we will send a daimyo to Shidehai who understands the business of running a port town. A new daimyo shall be appointed. Yes. this shall be a great honor. And he will take up this seat in the castle of Shidehai.
Anything else for Tenzi and company?
That'll be it.
Okay. End of round. Spells in time. Ovak.
I'll remain silent. Follow the party.
I'm sorry you broke up.
I said I would. I won't say anything, and I'll continue to follow the party. Right?
Okay. Yeah, you can see this like kind of like golden path leading right through the temple and up some stairs to a dais where Tenzi and Shandrak are speaking with the avatar of the god Empress right now.
I don't think they would allow mounts.
Okay.
I said, would they allow mounts?
Oh, I mean, you could ask. Are you asking me or are you asking them?
I'll ask them. Are you allowed to take your animal in there?
And one of the monks answers,
Please do not take the animal inside. It is for human feet only. And present adventurers accepted, of course.
All right.
says the monk.
I'll get off Serenity and tell her, go play. I'll continue on upstairs.
And she just,
Woof, woof! Woof, woof!
There we go. Got him.
and she just pants and barks
Woof, woof!
and sort of takes like a guardian posture at the top of the stairs and lies down.
Good girl. I'll go off.
And inside you can see the beautiful interior of the temple from carven stone. There are beautiful plants all over. And there's golden sunlight coming in several stained glass windows. And the light is sort of centering on the avatar of Ushas herself. And there is a dais with about 10 feet of stairs leading up to it. Right here. So it's like an elevated part of the temple. And you can see your friends. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, okay. And then next up is Shandrak and Company.
Yeah, Shandrak will say to he'll say to Ushas, Ushas, if I might make a request, the Wujen who Tenebris recruited for his scheme, Yezu, he had amassed a considerable library in the castle. I would be very grateful if I could keep the library there and have use of it.
Oh, most faithful Shandrak, of course, my child. You are always welcome in the castle of Shidehai to research your spells.
Thank you, thank you. And if I might make one other request, there is a. If I might be able to be allowed to assemble a magical laboratory, there is quite a lot of space next to that library.
Well, that construction will be up to the daimyo who takes over the castle, of course. You can take it up with him.
Would you give me your blessing for that? Or your approval?
I cannot.
Thank you very much. I hope to make far better things coming out of that library that Yezun did.
Yes, my child, of course.
Anything else from Shandrak and Company?
Yeah, that's all for now.
Great. Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi will address Usha saying, Harbinger of Light, are there any other tasks that you would lay before me?
At this time, my child, there are none. We now live in a golden age of Adria. Thanks to you. And as your reward, my goddess Ushas shall grant you.
And her eyes turn white. The color in her eyes fade to white. And her mouth opens wide and she stops speaking with her own voice. And a loud, thunderous voice emanates from inside. And she says,
My faithful servants, I will now grant you one wish. What is your greatest desire?
says the booming voice that emanates from the throat of the avatar of the goddess. And end of round. And first up is Ovak. How will you answer? What is your greatest desire?
Be able to serve my God.
Go ahead and type it into chat for me. How you answer in the game chat on the virtual tabletop.
All right.
Yeah, and you guys can come up with your answer and type it in. Just don't hit enter yet until it's your turn. I see Tenzi has already started. Be able to serve more and better. Okay. So you hear a loud thunderclap. So the only thing that I have that's similar to that is a gunshot. But you immediately move up to priest level 3. And so just your priest class is now level 3. And then you also, let's see. Fine. Oh. Okay.
That out.
Uh, just 1 second. I'm looking something up. I'm pretty sure it takes you to halfway to the next level as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So you are now Morden Priest 3 and we're Fighter 2, but you didn't raise your level yet, so I'm just raising your level now. And then in Moradin Priest,
Yes.
you now have see 5,000 experience points, and that is independent of the experience points that you have already earned during the session. Okay? So at the end of the session, you're going to be adding more points to 5,000. So just make your total experience points in Priest 5,000 right now.
Okay.
And then go ahead and make all the changes to your character necessary for level 3 Priest, including a level 2 spell slot. Let's see. Yeah, all you get is 1 level 2 spell slot, and then you also, I think, get a non-weapon proficiency slot. Priest 3, yeah, which you can choose right now if you want.
Okay.
And then also roll your hit points for Priest level 3. And your hit points will increase to that much.
All right.
Okay, and then while you're figuring that out, we will move on to the next player. So, Shandrak, how will you answer?
My skill and powers as a mage grow even greater.
Okay. So you increase to Mage 15,
Nice.
and you get to roll your Mage HP.
At just 1 point right now.
Yep. And then at Mage 15, you get an additional level 5 and 6 spell slot.
Looks like 4 and 5 to me.
Yeah, 4 and 5, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and
Just
then
making
15. Okay, so /R. Space 2,250,000 minus 1,875,000. Divided by 2 plus 1,875,000. Okay. So your experience in Mage immediately rises to 2,062,500.
Nice.
And that is independent of the experience points you've earned so far this session. And you can go ahead and fill those 2 spell slots immediately. And I think your fighter level is what determines your proficiency. Yeah. Your fighter level's already higher than 15, right? I mean, thief. Oh yeah, thief.
Yeah.
Okay, shit, not fighter. Alright, so rogue. Every 4 levels. So it is your wizard. Yeah. So you gain a non-weapon proficiency slot as well at wizard 15,
Nice.
Yep.
Alright.
which you can fill immediately if you want. Okay, and then while you're figuring out your spells and your new proficiency and your HP total, we'll move on to Tenzi. How will you answer?
Double checking it.
Oh.
At least once, maybe.
Oh, wow. Okay. Uh, so the way that you worded that, that means that yeah, shatter anything that shackles my ability to gain more powers. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, immediately, Tenzi, you feel your body change. Let's see.
So she couldn't keep me as I am.
Hold on. 1 second.
I was really only hoping that it would happen once, but I mean, a permanent thing would be okay. I didn't really want to change though, but that's what happens.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that you can still... Actually, technically, I don't have to change your stats. Yeah, Tenzi, you feel your body change. I think... might actually grow. Oh! No, you actually shrink 1 inch. Yeah, you feel yourself get shorter. And... the... You can see, like... Yeah, the color of your eyes and hair change. Let's see. What was your mom's name? Marietta. Okay. Yeah, your eyes become like a green, maybe a green color, and then your hair becomes like a dark brown, and you shrink by 1 inch. And you can see the color of your skin slightly changes as well to like a swarthier, like a darker color. And Tenzi becomes human. And I think... Doesn't that make you gain a level because you have more than the amount you need to get to 21?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, and then the resistances go away, and your magic resistance and infravision. And the stats don't wait. You have adjustments, but is it gonna change? They're balanced though. -2, +1, +1. Yeah, they're balanced. So your stats don't change. But your infravision goes away, resistances and whatnot, and then you're now human. And you don't have a level limit to monk. So you can go to 21 as soon as you get enough points to do so. Which can be undone with, probably a limited wish if you don't like that change. So your dad can just kind of undo that if you want. Okay. Next up is Shandrak and company.
Shandrak kind of looks over at Tenzi. It's like, whoa. You're still Tenzi, right?
I think pretty much all you can see of him is like his hands and feet, and they've changed color. And he lost an inch of height.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Ushas. I'll take my leave now.
Enjoy the boons that I have granted you.
Yes, thank you very much. Chandra, make it back to his horse.
And anything else for Shandrak?
My people are gonna just kind of wheel around, and not go too far away, but just kind of begin to head towards my place.
Okay. Ovak.
I'll look off finding that I have depth of power with my god. I'm eternally grateful.
And she nods her head and says,
Enjoy, my child, the boon that I have granted you. Step forth now and rid the world of evil and chaos.
I'll do my best. I'll go ahead.
anything else for Ovak and company? You broke up. I can't hear you.
No, I do not.
Okay. So let's see. End of round. It's weird. It's like the round was backwards or something. I think I skipped over Tenzi somehow. So We'll have Tenzi's turn first. It's like I had the turn order
Okay.
tracker backwards.
Tenzi bows and says, "May I embrace each new beginning with gratitude and a heart aflame," and turns and leaves.
Go now, my child, and walk always in the light.
And Musashi will come in, kind of looks at him a little strangely, and sees that something is off, but doesn't know exactly what, and that'll be it for us.
Okay. Ovak and company.
I will bow to her a few times and not turn my back away.
Ah.
Thank you, my child. Go always in the light.
I shall always try to my path. Like, and I'm done.
Okay. Shandrak and company. Again.
Right. Shandrak will wheel around on his horse. And where's Ovak? I don't see him. Is he still inside the shrine?
Yeah, he's still inside the temple right here.
Whoops. Sorry. Kind of teleported me when you did that. Can you get me and my horse off that wall, please? Thank you. All right. And Shandrak says, "This way, Ovak. It's even though the day is early, it's feels late to me. So I actually have a bit of property down in this place. So just come out to the right and take a north, and we'll hit my place in no time.
All right.
Then we can try to rest up and get refreshed for some new adventure."
Sounds like a plan. I'll mount up on Serenity and follow.
All right. And then Tenzi and company.
Tenzi comes up to Ashrael and Zalman and removes his hood and says that Ushas has saw fit to make me as those I have sworn to protect, so that I may experience their trials more fully. And then he will go and mount up. And he will not be hooded any longer.
All right.
Oh.
So he pulls his hood back. Does that mean you're going to change your avatar picture, or?
I'm still thinking about it, yeah.
All right. Okay, end of round. Spells and time. This is 0 round for Shandrak's detect magic. And first up is Ovak.
All right, I'll mount up. Follow.
All right.
And Shadow just kind of points. You can just take the intersection and head north.
All right. The one here.
Oh, sorry. Let me try that again. Now you should see it. Chandrak points over there. And just head all the way down the stairs and head north. Were you able to see that pointer? Okay, yeah, nice.
All right, I'm here amongst y'all.
Ryer says, not far now.
Okay, and then next up is Shandrak Company.
All right. Shandrak will turn and say, thanks for that Grand Mastery training, Ishigita. You're a good teacher. Musashi, yeah, he did well. He actually slew the wizard UZ himself. The Wujin, rather.
This is amazing news. Congratulations.
Rest easy, friend. And Shandrak begins heading down. And
You are
his
powerful adventurers indeed.
Alright. Shandrak will get there. And these other people make their way up.
All right, so out in front of your safe house, you can see Sagrath there,
Nice.
standing in his camouflage clothing, and he has his belt pistols on his. Let's see. He's wearing a backpack and has his belt pistol on his belt, I guess. It's a horse pistol, actually. And he has several daggers in his belt as well. And he's just kind of standing there and sees you come around the corner and says, "Oh, hey, Chief."
Hey, Sagrath, right?
That's right, Chief. You want in?
Good, good. Yep. We come to celebrate. Got a mission accomplished.
And he just kind of says, what's the password?
Looking for a place to keep Kip for the night.
And when you say the word Kip, then he responds, Kip is where the heart is, and he unlocks the door and opens it. And inside, you know, you can see the windows. Oh yeah, I need to put windows in, huh? Must have deleted them somehow. So the double windows at the front of the house and the double doors. And you can see the hearth inside is like, it's empty. But of course, there are other rooms inside, so nobody in the living room. From what you can see, at least. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
Nope, my people just pulling their horses up to the front.
Alright. And then, after that, is Tenzi and company.
We're just moving to catch up here.
Alright. Alright, so end of round. And time now is 9:40 a.m. And the rain is, you know, kind of steady. A little sprinkle. No wind. Feels cool to the touch. Starting to soak your hair and clothes. And Shandrak's Detect Magic is now expired. And first up is Ovak.
I will stay with the party. Follow them.
Alright.
All right.
Next up is Shandrak Company.
Alright, Shandrak will lead his horse around the other side of his house. Yeah, he'll lead it to the kind of pond in the north and dismount it. Let it get a little water.
Alright. It's kind of scummy, but the horse can probably take it.
Everyone else is dismounting the horses and begin to make their way in.
Alright.
Shandrak is just waiting at the entrance.
Alright, and as you enter, you can hear an interrogation going on in the back room.
Oh boy.
You know, how do you know that? Where's the book?
My term isn't done. I would like to continue into the building.
Okay.
trying to head towards sounds.
So it's coming
what
from
does
this
it sound like?
this door right here.
And Shandrak will open up. Oh, okay.
Okay. You see that it is locked, but of course you have the key,
Mm-hmm.
and you're able to
Citadel?
unlock it. Yeah. And inside you can see, one of your spies, Zippy Malkin, and Pridwain pulling security. And Zippy Malkin standing there, kind of berating this young Adrian guy, and he's like, or she's like, you know, according to your business ledgers, the book. Oh, Chief. Or sorry,
Yes.
she's like a halfling or. Hold on. She's a rock gnome, so she's like.
Oh, hi, Chief. Did you have any questions for the detainee?
No, actually, but glad I caught you. So, yes. So let's just leave. It's a woman, you said right now. It's a woman that's being interrogated.
It's a young guy. He looks like this.
The young guy. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And so he's like tied up, right?
No, not right now.
No.
They're just kind of sitting in the corners of the room, and
Okay.
she was like berating him for his stupidity, not knowing his own business ledgers, and like talking about, you know, where's the book, you know.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So okay. So if he's not restrained, then and I'm actually blanking. What's my gnome follower? What's her name?
Her name is Zippy Malkin Cribbage. So that's
Okay.
that's her right there.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just kind of look at her and be like, okay, Z. How about you come with me and it looks like Pridwain is like you stay here just for now. But we need to have a team meeting, Z. So get everybody that's here. We need to have a talk.
She nods and she looks at the detainee, and then she comes out into the hall. And she kind of passes by and then knocks on this door right here. And Pridwain steps out into the hallway and shuts the door, and then she pulls out her own key and locks it so that the detainee can't escape. And she says, you know, excuse me, Chief, and she comes over here. And as Zippy Malkin knocks on the door, you hear a, yeah. And she kind of steps back and says, the Chief's here to see you. And so the door opens, and Colt steps out. And he just comes over into the hallway, and he's like, yes, Chief? That's him. That's Colt. It's Colt Anderschnecht, so that's Moen's like brother. So yeah. Colt is Colt is 20 years old, and Moen's 21, so they're a year apart.
So Shandrak is like, yes, So we need to have a serious conversation about the methods that my network is using. You are a bit rough with the people you find.
And Colt's like, yeah, that's true. Sometimes we have to kidnap people to get them in here so that we can, interrogate them. And some of the interrogations go a little rough sometimes.
Right. So here's the thing. I would like to attempt a small change of course in the way the network is running. And for starters, and Shandrak, he reaches into his backpack and he dumps out his 2,300 gold pieces. What he just got from the dragon.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is going to be a starting amount, but I would like our operations to, let's say, let's become, I don't know, not sort of a neighborhood charity. When people are in need and they're really down, you can always come to Shandrak. He's your friend. He can give you some food to ease you through the day, and if we can do that and earn a good reputation around our cities, then a lot of the common people might be more persuaded to tell us a whole lot of things.
I get what you're saying. So instead of a safe house, we should maybe have a restaurant or something. And
that's a good idea. A more public front, yes.
Okay. I think there's some restaurants here in town.
That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Let's see if Ichiraku is interested in getting bought out. One more thing, though.
With that much money, I could probably buy Inomuchi Ramen or maybe Yame Brothel.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. So, yes, I have more money that I'll purchase the ramen place, but this money, the revolution's at 2,300. This is for the public good.
Oh, the public good.
Yes, when people need to come in and get a bowl of ramen, you can always come to Shandrak for some food.
Oh. Okay.
And one more thing. And Shandrak goes into his backpack and he pulls out the Helm of Telepathy. Now, charity, I think, will go very far, but won't always go far enough. So, now understand. So, you can use this, and Shandrak hands out the helmet to him. If you use this, first off, you'll be able to read people's minds, so that will help with your intelligence gathering very easily. In addition to that, though, this helmet will let you cast suggestions onto people. So, if you need to get a person of interest, use this to non-violently get them here so that they will freely ask whatever question you want.
Ah. Here you go, Zippy. And he hands it over to Zippy Malkin. And she kind of... see. What is... That was a helmet of telepathy?
Yeah, I would like to give it to you, Colt. You seem pretty clever.
And he just says, "Oh, I'm I don't really deal with sources."
Oh, you don't? Well, you're such a good, well, I've seen you up and get up. You can use this to, read people's minds while incognito.
Oh, well, I'm just the head investigator in charge. I'm the think tank, if you will. Like the real people who need it is people like Zippy here, who
Alrighty.
deal with the dirty work. I pretty much just stay here. Yeah.
Alright. And, so yeah, take that helmet and find out whatever sources you have on. And Chandra looks over in the room, and then give them a few gold pieces and send them on their way.
See, that's under miscellaneous magic, right? Wait,
Suggestion?
no, the helmet.
Oh,
No, it's in their helms.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, miscellaneous magic, girdles, hats, and helms. Okay. Yeah, helmet telepathy is for any class. Okay. Yeah. She puts it on, like underneath her little hat thing, I guess. Helmet telepathy. This sturdy metal helmet appears to be a normal piece of headgear, although it will radiate magic. If this is detected for the wearer of helmet of telepathy is able to determine the thoughts of creatures within a 60-foot range. That'll probably help her out a lot. Then she probably won't even have to interrogate people.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, having the rice place, people come in and eat, and she just scans their thoughts, finds out what's going on.
Okay. So, helmet of... or helm of telepathy. Yeah, she can just, like, question people in public and just read their thoughts. Now, yeah. So she's like, she puts it on or whatever, and she's like,
Wow, Chief. Thanks a lot. This is really gonna help.
With everything, I can feel so much now. Thank you.
I'm glad to help. And remember though, no roughing any person of interest up anymore.
Oh, well, yeah, we never hurt anyone.
Not permanently, I understand. I see what you do, but we can do things a better way.
Yeah, this is gonna be way faster.
Yeah, the rest of Chandrak's people will make their way in, and that's all from me.
okay. Kenzie and company.
We are riding up to the hideout. And that'll be it for us.
All right. End of round. Ovak.
People are breaking up right now and going on different ways, right?
No, they're all going into the. Looks like they're kind of gathering around this safe house right over here.
All right, I'll make my way over there.
All right.
There we go.
All right, so you can see there's like a front yard with a big old bush in it. Whoops. Wow. None of these. I can't access any of those ninjas. Just ignore those dead bodies that are in the yard.
All right.
But yeah, it looks like there's a double door in the middle between two windows, and you can see some people in the living room there, including some shady-looking characters in the back behind Shandrak. There's a little rock gnome, female rock gnome. She's wearing a helmet. Looks like she just put it on because she's kind of messing with her hair underneath. There's a man dressed in like a dark suit. And then there's another man dressed in what appears to be like, oh, actually, that's not a man. That's Pridwain. It's a woman. She's dressed in, I think, a forest camouflage suit. Let's see. I think it's in her description. So, shortish blonde thug dressed in naval camouflage suit, complete with bandana and butt pack. She wields a horse pistol and a dagger. And then, so it's like water camouflage. It's blue. And then the little rock gnome. Yeah, she's just wearing like a night suit. And then this guy, the man, a handsome, well-dressed, and rather professional-looking young man in a wide black hat and leather armor under a brown overcoat. His black, shadowy wolf-hide cloak is exquisitely made and clasped with a gold brooch. His pack looks light, and he has no apparent weapons because they're concealed. So, like, at close inspection, he's got a dagger and probably like a long sword underneath his backpack or something. Like camouflaged backpack. Anything else for Ovak? Oh, and then this guy at the door, the very front, he is a middling height male raven thug, so he has black hair, in a forest camouflage suit complete with red bandana and butt pack. He wields a horse pistol and a dagger. He wears a nifty gold ring and has some rather fancy looking bullets. that he's kind of messing with.
I'll nod. First. And I'll let Serenity go get a drink. I'll hang out here with the party.
All right. Shandrak and Company.
Yeah, okay. So as Ovak comes in, Shandrak turns around and says, "Welcome to my home. One of my many safe houses that I have throughout Adria and throughout Solynod Hex, as a matter of fact."
I don't even own one.
Well, you got enough money that you could. You buy the house next door with all the jink you have now.
True.
Consider it. You've got quite a lot.
I may build a shrine to my god together.
Oh, wonder how much jink that would take.
Oh, it has to be a functioning smithy shop, so I'm better cost.
Well, we are safe here to kick our feet up and relax. Even though it's been early, we can just relax for a minute. I've gone through many spells and such, so we'll need to freshen up before we begin the day.
Anything else for Shandrak and Company?
Nope. Shandrak is just looking out, kind of. It's like, oh, is Tenzi here? A little nervous.
Tenzi and Company.
And with that, Tenzi enters into the building. And asks Shandrak, so what is next, my friend?
Well, first, I would like to tell you that, I thought long and hard after our talk, and yep, things will be different in my organization. Chandra kind of motions over to Yippee. I gave her my helm of telepathy. With it, that ought to help her read people's thoughts and get the most of the information we need out of that.
I knew you had the wisdom to go beyond those ways. Thank you.
And I, in addition to that, I decided to take another step. Before we leave the city, I want to go to that Ichiraki Ramen and see if I can purchase it. I kind of want to open it and make it a sort of a charitable business, something that people can come to and get some food if they need to. See if I can't, earn the appreciation of the people, like you suggested.
That is very wise and compassionate. It will also serve you well, as if you ever need something from them, they should be more than happy to oblige you.
I hope so. And to that end, I'm starting the fund with the gold I got from the dragon, and you can see that big pile of gold in front of Colt.
And Tenzi says, "Well, let me assist you. It's a reward for changing those ways." And he pours out. sheet will open, I can tell you how much I'm pouring out. I will. Oh, there it goes. He will pour out 1,000 gold of his own to add to your starting fund.
So that should be 3,200 gold for charity. Shandrak's charity.
There you go.
All right. Anything else for Tenzi and Company?
Nope.
Okay. End of round. And next up is Ovac.
All right. Oh, there appear to be anywhere we can walk up. Something.
You said, is there any way we can walk about in this frog country?
No, I'm sorry. A place to walk myself.
Oh,
Like take a
yeah.
bath.
Yeah, Colt. Where's our bathroom? Yeah, our new friend needs to get help cleaning off.
Hi.
Well, hey, it's the sewer. It's not like you're naturally dirty.
No, not like this. I'll ask you to point me in the way. You point in the way when I can wash up.
Yeah, Colt, can you help with that?
Sure, Chief. Whatever you say. What was it you wanted to know, Mr. Ovac?
Where the baths are.
Oh. Well, we can set up a bath for you.
Thank you.
We have this extra room.
Thank you.
And he points out this one right over here.
I'll nod.
And Fred Wayne starts like lighting a fire in the hearth.
Harry water.
Carry water?
Hot water.
Yeah, she starts boiling some water, and she kind of goes into this room back here where Colt was, and she drags a bathtub in here.
I'll thank her.
Okay, there it is. And she puts it in the corner right there. And she comes back out to the fire. And, you know, she comes over the corner over here and she grabs a bunch of pots. And she comes outside.
All right. One. First.
And she starts kind of like humping water back and forth to the fire.
I'll help.
Okay. Alright, next up is Shandrak and Company.
Alright. Shandrak says, well then. Alright, before we, yeah, since Ovak is trying to get his, get another bath in, I'll try to send a message to Gargamond, see how his, Grandmaster training's been going.
Okay, with the message spell?
Yeah, sending.
Sending, okay. Yeah, go
It
ahead.
does take 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so Shandrak does say that, so it's like, you know, I'm gonna try to send a message to Gargamond.
Alright. And you start casting sending. So Shandrak casting +1 per round for -10 rounds. Anything else for Shandrak?
I think the rest of my people are just taking the time to just kind of slough their backpacks off and just kind of find some chairs or sit down in the corner and just relax for a minute after all their adventuring. And yeah, that's all for me.
Alright. Tenzi. Wait. Weird, there's 2 Shandraks. Okay, now there's only 1. Tenzi and Company.
We're just gonna kind of settle in, relax. While Shandrak is casting, I'll let him know that our next nap cannot be until 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shandrak just kind of nods.
Because it has a 16-hour time limit? Or refresh?
I thought it was 24. If it's only 16, then we can go at 4 o'clock. It was 24 hours. It was at 2000 yesterday that we took our last one. And that'll be it for us. We're just kind of settle in.
Attempts to use nap more than once in an 18-hour period are ineffective. Yep, so 18-hour cooldown on that.
So that'll be 6 o'clock tonight.
There you go.
18 hours.
Okay. End of round for Tenzi, yeah?
Yes, I'm just moving Musashi.
Okay. Spells of time. First up is Ovak. So after you guys get a couple big pots of water onto the fire.
All right, I'll start getting some cool water. Was the water boiling?
Yeah, you guys put these big pots of water on the fire, and it
They
starts to
warm
heat up.
After it starts boiling, I'll carry it.
What the hell? There we go. The 2 pots of water on the fire, and they're starting to, warm up. Anything else for Ovac when you bring that in?
No,
All right, Tenzi and Company.
We're just gonna wait until Shandrak is done.
All right, Shandrak and Company.
Yeah, I got nothing to the sending, so I'm good.
All right, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 minutes go by, and the water begins to boil, Ovac. It's like really, really hot. And Pridwain grabs one, and she comes into the that room with it and pours it into the bathtub. And then she comes back and grabs the other one and pours it into the tub, right?
all right.
And then she grabs the 2 pots and comes outside, and she fills them with cold water.
I'll help carry.
Okay. And then she brings those in, and you two kind of pour them into the bathtub. So you got, like, each pot was like, I want to say like 5 gallons. So you got a good 20 gallons of water in there, and it's warm now.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll strip down and jump in.
All right. So you get in, and it's nice and warm. And Pridwain comes in with like a sponge and a bar of soap, and she hands them to you.
Thank you.
It's like this big brown fluffy sponge and a little pink round hockey puck of this like flowery fragrant soap.
Need some good. I'll get you that shower, or well, bathe, scrub.
And she kind of, exits the room and shuts the door behind her because there's a butt-naked dwarf in there.
I don't have a problem with that. Other people, it's their problem.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, she shuts the door behind her.
Okay.
And Tenzi and Company.
Just waiting.
All right. And then Shandrak's waiting for the sending as well.
Yeah. Yep, just
Okay.
casting.
So 6, 7, 8, 9, All right. The sending spell goes off. And then go ahead and write your message in chat. Has to be 25 words or less.
Gargamon, how's your training been going for Minotaur Axe Grandmastery? Any luck?
Training been going for Minotaur Axe Grandmastery. Okay, go ahead and I'm going to drop the token for Gargamond on the board. And roll him a flat intelligence check.
Oh, did you drop him? I don't see him.
I did not drop him. I'm waiting for you to drop it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought, okay, no problem. Okay. Fine. So there you are. Okay.
And then go ahead and roll him a flat intelligence check.
Fuck yeah!
Yeah, okay, so he responds, I just finished. Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Ooh!
Mm-hmm.
Ooh! I just finished my training successfully early this morning. It was really hard. This Minotaur is an asshat.
Okay. Whew. Fuck yeah. Ugh. Shandrak just beaming, smiling. Yes! We have another Grand Master coming our way, Tenzi.
Very well. To get him back, will you be doing this on your own, or do you need my assistance?
Well, well, I guess now is a good time to well, I may not have it's time to tell you the full story of Gargamon's teacher. So do you remember a few months back when we were in Enervia and you and your dad and your brother you went to do some charity at the orphanage.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember after that I was gone for a while, and then I came back with that new Basher Matthias, the half elf.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so, like I said, we were going to find Gargamon a teacher for, Gargamon is a high master of the Minotaur Axe. So, I went to Gargamon's old home, which is a labyrinth of Minotaurs. And I managed to negotiate with his father to train him.
Tenzi looks back at his father and looks at you and says, "Is this the father I'm thinking of?" And he looks kind of meaningful. He looks meaningfully at Ashriel and then looks at you with his eyes kind of open. Is this the father? Is that the father I was thinking thinking of?
What father?
He might not get everyone's approval.
Well, yes. He certainly wouldn't have. But now, after we get all rested, I think I would be grateful for your help in going back over there to pick him up. And then
So you know what'll happen then, right?
I do, and I mean, to be frank, Gargamon's a great guy. He's one of my best friends. His people aren't really, and he knows that. He knows that. So I think he'll be understanding.
I hope so. Because you know what's going to happen regardless of who's understanding.
Oh, I do. And, well, we need to pick Gargamon up, and I think this might be another good trial for the newbie, you know?
Very well. Then you wish to do that after we nap?
Yes, I think now that Gargamon, we know he's is ready, I think that's a good thing to do the first thing after we're napped.
Very well. I'm going to just kind of relax here and start thinking about what spells to pray for. Knowing what we have ahead of us now.
And anything else for Ovak?
No, sir.
All right. So you hear this conversation outside the door about some minotaurs and all that. Maybe some people won't get some approval or something and all that. So, yeah. Let's see here. Putting out some experience points for role playing. And next up is Tinsy and Company. Oh, and with that, let's take a 3-minute break. We'll be right back in 3. Got about a minute left. Just over 40 seconds, or 30 seconds left. Okay, about 20 seconds. And 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3. All right, we are back. Tenzi and Company.
I think we are just going to chill until it's nap time.
Okay. And then we have Shandrak and Company.
Is Tenzi still hurt?
Some, yeah.
Oh yeah, it might be a good idea to expel your spells.
Yeah. So let's see. Some. Then. Yeah, why not? Yeah, Chai will say, here, by Gaia.
Or expend your spell. It's not expel.
There we go. Give you a Cure Serious. Hopefully that'll do it.
Thank you and thank Gaia. Yeah, he's almost at full.
Almost, okay. And, let's see. Serious. And, Luther will take a 5-foot step and, do another Cure Light onto Ryer. Nice. And then Shandrak says, well then, I'm gonna try to head over to that Ichigaraku Ramen. See if I can't convince him to let me be the new owner, and see if I can make it a charitable restaurant. Do you want to stay here or come with me?
I will stay, but Musashi will go with you. He loves that ramen.
Yeah. And when Obak gets out of the bath, tell him where he went, and make sure to tell him it's nice food if he wants to meet us there.
Will do.
And Shandrak will start jogging off towards the ramen shop.
All right. Time now is 9:53 a.m. Almost 10. And you, of course, see notional people on your way there. No one's really, like, trying to get your attention or anything. Okay, end of round. Spells time. First up is Ovak. So you heard Shandrak talking about some kind of food called ramen.
The mention of new type of food, I'll hurry up my scrubbing.
Okay.
Try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Tenzi and Company.
Musashi will hurry after Shandrak.
Okay.
And catch up to him. And I'll follow Shandrak to the shop.
Right.
And that'll be it for us.
And Shandrak and Company.
Continue and jog.
48
Across the
squares.
city.
You got 48 squares of movement when jogging
What is-
outside of combat.
Nice. There's the water. And turn south.
Yep, so you find river.
Oh, there it is.
And you see this building up ahead with a bunch of shoes outside of it.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Nice. Yep, that's all my movement.
Alright. End of round. We got spells in time. First up is Ovak.
All right, after I hurry and bath, I'll dry off and put my clothes on, come out.
Alright, you can see that Shandrak and Musashi have gone somewhere. They've left.
Where did everybody go?
Tenzi will reply, they're heading to the ramen shop. It's pretty good food if you're hungry. Head out the door and to the east. It's on the river.
Right, thank you.
And as you head out there, you can see way down that Musashi is heading that way. Well, see him down here. Okay,
All right, as I'm pumping my little dwarven legs, I'll be like, hold up.
Tenzi and
Get a
Company.
move on. Get a move on. Move them short legs. We got ramen ahead of us. And with that, he starts jogging down the street.
Ovak will be trying to keep up.
And he stops and points. If you can see him, he points to the south, and then he continues jogging down there.
All right, I guess I'll get my exercise today.
And catches up to Shandrak and tells him, the wee one is coming along. We might have to slow down.
Oh, good. I was hoping might tempt him with food.
And Shandrak.
I'll look like something just occurred to me and blow my whistle. Where's my dog?
She comes running.
As she runs by, I'll grab the saddle horn and get up in the
Yeah.
saddle.
So you hop up into the saddle, and you're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend.
All right, I made a riding check. I got a success.
Oh, you don't have to. Not outside of combat. You don't have to roll those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As long as you have the proficiency outside of combat, I don't make you roll it.
All right.
Anything else for Shandrak?
Oh, yeah, so Shandrak saved Luther, says ask for Ryer and Moen to gather near, and then he'll cast an Orison to do some minor healing.
All right.
Given another point to Moen.
Luther gets 100 points for Orison.
And Chayag kind of pulls up her sleeves. And tries to help Tenzi up with a cure critical.
Chaya gets 500 points for a cure criticals that only did 11.
It only did one, actually. But Tenzi is very thankful.
And then, here when Ovak is heading over, Shandrak will, let's see, could probably just make it in front of the restaurant.
Oh,
Yeah,
because
that
Tenzi
job.
was only injured by one. I gotcha.
Yeah.
And so Shandrak will, he'll stop jogging, but he'll make it in front of the ramen shop, and they'll wait for Musashi and Ovak.
All right. End of round. Spells and time. First up is Ovak.
All right. Trying to find Serenity.
It's 12. And because you're a proficient rider, you can make her move even faster because she can get up to a gallop, which is 24
All right.
because you're a proficient rider. And then double that is 48.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
All right. So Tenzi.
Musashi sees that no, Ovek is caught up, and he jogs down, and he slows down at the sake bar, but continues on and catches up to Shandrak.
All right.
And he begins taking his shoes off.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. So, in the window, you can see several interesting people. So there's this man wearing Western oh, you know what? I changed. Okay. So he's wearing Western plate mail, and I changed his token to this. Right here. Okay, so that guy, and then inside you can also see this guy. Some sort of, he's obviously a martial artist of some kind. And then this man. And this man. And then the guy running the place, Peddler Inamuchi. Alright. Anything else for Tenzi and Company?
Nope.
Alright, Shandrak and Company.
Okay, yeah, seeing Ovak not far behind. Shandrak will, luckily reminded by Musashi, will take his shoes off.
Okay.
And we'll enter in.
And you can see in the middle of the room is this great fire pit. Great fire pit. And on it are several pots of broth.
Anamichi, it's been a while.
So as you walk in, you see Inomuchi, and he is stirring these pots of broth. And they look like this.
Oh, yeah.
Shrink them down a little bit. And then in this like kitchen area behind him, He has all manner of vegetables and meats that can be put into ramen noodle soup. There we go. Yeah, so there's like mung bean sprouts and different types of greens and different kinds of peppers. There's steak roast that's like sliced up into strips and like pork sliced up into strips. You can also see that he's roasting some river eels over the fire, and it kind of fills the room with this smell of roasting eels, and you can smell the different kinds of broth. Like you can see like whole chickens floating around in one pot, and it's making the water turn like this like golden yellow flavor. And he grabs this small jar of spices, and he sort of tilts it over to the side and taps it with his finger, and it drops into the water, and he mixes it up with this big like bronze ladle. And he's got 3 pots. It looks like there's one that has pork broth cooking, one that's chicken broth cooking, and one that has beef broth cooking. And then he's also roasting the eels, and he's kind of going back and forth and grabbing vegetables on a platter with these long, thin chopsticks, and then bringing them over with a bowl, in a bowl on a platter, and then scooping, the soup into the bowls. And he says,
Oh, welcome in, welcome in. Please seat yourself. And I will be around to take your order.
Yes, I'll just sit here. Should be a room for my friends. And Chandrak comes and sits near the south.
all right.
And Chandrak also, Luther continues in Orison on Mad Moen. Another HP.
Okay. And end of round. First up is Ovak.
Right? Trinity and I will make our way down there.
All right. And you can see Musashi standing outside of a building that has a bunch of shoes lined up outside of it.
And you see Musashi taking his shoes off.
Yeah.
Why
And-
are you taking your shoes off?
It is the custom here.
Oh. I'll take off my thick riding boots.
Yeah, you've got your dwarf boots with your sabatons over it. You take them off, and they just kind of have a spot outside one of the doors for your shoes. And the door is open. Inside, you can see these interesting characters. There's this man. who is wearing plate mail, and you can see that his sword is it's no mere long sword. It is a sword axe. So the tip of a sword axe, it looks like a ikakalaka. Ikakalaka. Yeah, ikakalaka. So I can't find. Maybe it's on everything. No, no picture of an ikakalaka. How about a sword axe? Okay, so here are some characters with sword axes. So this is that long sword in her right hand. That's a yeah, that is a sword axe. So it has, you can see the end of it is literally an axe head.
Yeah.
Right? And then it has the two kind of pointy looking hook things, and the whole thing is sharpened.
Very nice.
Yeah. And then there's this guy that looks like some kind of martial artist. There's this guy that looks like maybe a samurai in service to Ushas. And then there's this guy that's definitely a Ronin over here. And he's dressed like a Ronin, like you can tell. He's kind of, his hair is unkempt or whatever. He's got like a scraggly beard or something, and he's not wearing oyori like this guy. This guy's wearing war armor, and this guy's not wearing any armor at all. So he's probably Ronin. Okay, anything else for Ovak? You still have all your movement because you used your dog's movement to get here. So now that you're on the ground, you have your own movement to use.
Is everybody already inside the restaurant?
Looks like Shandrak is, so you can see Shandrak inside.
I'll wave at you now that you're at the door.
Yeah, Musashi's still right here next to you.
Yeah, take a seat. Take a seat. There's lots of ramen to choose from.
And what might be ramen?
Well, it's what is it exactly again, Anamuchi?
And Muchi looks over while he's like scooping some stuff out, like really quick. He glances out the side of his eye at you and then looks back at what he's doing, and he says,
Oh, ramen is a type of noodle that goes in a broth to make a soup. It is a noodle made from rice, not wheat like you are accustomed to in the West. And it is very delicious food. Usually you pick your meat and your vegetable and your broth to go with your ramen, and we have many sauces and spices to go on top.
Sounds different.
Yes, each individual bowl is unique because you order it what you like, how you like, then you prepare it the way you want.
and you can see spread out across the table are different types of sauces and spices to add to the soup once it's done. You can see several different kinds of dried pepper, different colors of salt. There's like leafy dried herbs to throw on top. And then there's also some fresh vegetables to throw on top. There's like mung bean sprouts and just a bunch of different like little peppers that are chopped up. And there's even some like boiled eggs that have been boiled, and they're sitting in a bowl of cold water, just chilling there, waiting for you to throw them in the soup.
Looks interesting. I'll start picking out different bowls and stuff they have on the table and telling them.
And Inomochi says,
That's the thing about ramen is it's so cheap. Only 2 copper coin for 1 bowl.
That's a price. Yeah.
and he says,
So, Master Dwarf, what do you want in your ramen?
and he points over to a table like filled with different kinds of meats and stuff, and vegetables to boil along with the noodles.
I'll take some of the beef, pork, and chicken. And, yeah, mushrooms?
Of course, this is Adria. We have a different type of mushroom. We have a shiitake mushroom, and
he goes off on a list of different kinds of mushrooms. The shiitake ones are like little spindly, long mushrooms that look like strings almost, like thick strings. And the whole thing is white. The cap is this tiny little cap on them, and they're kind of bound together by strings, and in bundles. And he kind of grabs a bundle, and with a knife really quick he chops off the filaments on the bottom that have like a little bit of dirt, and he washes them off in a cold pot of water, and he says,
you want to try shiitake mushroom?
Of course. I'll try any type of mushroom.
and he throws it in your bowl and with the meat that you selected, and he's like,
What kind of broth you want in your ramen? We have a pork, we have chicken, and beef.
I'll take beef.
and he like scoops a ladle of beef flavored stock into your bowl of ramen and slides it over on the table towards you, right about here. And just the smell wafting towards you, and then all the vegetables and meats and whatnot, it's just kind of mouth-watering.
Do they only have wood chopsticks left?
Yes. Yeah. No forks or spoons.
Look at those. What are those? Are those skewers for meat?
Yes.
These are unique Adrian eating utensil called a chopstick. You use them like you would use your finger and pick up the food with the chopstick instead of your finger because the food is hot and you use it to eat. Like this.
And he reaches over with his long chopsticks that he's using like cook and kind of digs into some greens on the table and pulls some out and throws them on top of your soup.
Oh. I'll try it.
Now you try.
Yeah, I'll try it now.
Go ahead and roll a dex check. Okay, so you get the grip of the chopsticks, and you just can't figure out like how to open them and close them. So you just end up kind of like stabbing your food with it, and then shoveling it into your mouth.
Yeah, that's probably what I do while I drink the broth.
Yeah, and you can just drink the broth. And they have soup spoons. They do have soup spoons. I forgot about that. So they're like this weird big spoon that looks like almost like a cartoon character's foot. And then the handle part of the spoon sticks almost straight up like it's a ladle, except it's like canted out maybe a few degrees. And then the end of it has a little hook on the end so it can be hung up and a little hole through it. So it could be put onto like pegs or something. And the whole thing's about, it's probably about 5 or 6 inches. But it's the volume. It's like the biggest spoon you've ever eaten with. It's not like a teaspoon or a tablespoon. It holds a lot of liquid.
All right, I recognize that.
And
Yeah, I'll eat with it.
he kind of takes everyone else's order and puts their like just really fast slides the food out onto their tables and whatnot. And oh man. Spaghetti and meatballs. Okay, yeah, here's some food. All these images are broken, huh? There we go. So he kind of sets up this almost like a banquet in front of you guys of like different ramen with meats and stuff, vegetables and whatnot, sauces and spices, and it smells delicious. Like just the smell of the broth alone starts making your mouth water. And next up is Tinsy and Company.
Musashi will come in and join. Take a seat.
And he takes your order and gives you your bowl of soup. Just lickety split. Scoop, scoop.
Yep, I have to go in like 10 minutes.
Okay. And let's see, we'll finish out the round. So, Shandrak and Company.
Yeah, Shandrak will say give him his orders. Like, yeah, I'd like give me some eel and some of those some spicy peppers and those mushrooms and an egg too. That sounds good.
Yum, yum. And he gives you your food, and we will end the session right there. Alright. So, yep, go ahead and add up your experience. I'm pretty sure Ovak might have gained a level in Fighter as well.
Yeah, I only needed 1 XP.
Yeah. So you got your Fighter level 3 as well. And then you might gain Priest 4. Maybe. Let's see, what do you need for Priest 4? 6,000 and you're at 5,000? So if you got 10 or more role-playing bonuses, which I'm sure you did.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Then to divide what we got in the beginning, going up on time.
Yeah, everything that you got is should be divided between your classes. But I'm sure you got like a whole bunch of role-playing bonuses.
Yes, I do.
Wow, why is the music skipping here? So crazy. Okay. And then go ahead and roll your fighter HP. And remember to record the raw dice roll. It's the one that's going to be in all the parentheses.
All right. I have one uneven experience point. Should I just give it in one or the other?
No, there's no such thing as half an experience point, so that just kind of goes off into the ether.
Well, I mean,
Alright.
don't we round, or we don't round up if it's like 0.5?
No,
Okay.
no, you just take the whole number. Wow, that's crazy. Dynamic lighting is not even on this page. And my music is skipping. Gonna refresh. It shouldn't take long to refresh because no dynamic lighting. And then did anyone else's characters gain level?
Just thanks to Ushis.
Okay. Any questions, comments, or concerns for me?
I think that was a fun little downtime, and yeah, just almost done, and then I'll be going back to that Minotaur maze.
Yeah. You'll get Gargamond back. So, for our viewers and for a new player, Gargamond, the Minotaur character in this game, is the original Gargamond. I named him way back in like 2008. And it's a portmanteau of Gargamel and Garamond. And so my online name is Gargamond because when I made my Twitch account, I was playing DC Universe Online at the time. And my main character in DC Universe Online was named Gargamond. I just named him Gargamond because it was like one of the coolest names I had ever come up with. And I just reused it for my DC Universe Online character. And then I started streaming DC Universe Online on Twitch. So I named my Twitch name Gargamond. And then it just stuck. It became my online name. So when I made my Roll20 account, now it's also Gargamond on Roll20. So it became like my online persona name. But
And he is done training, so we're gonna go where he's at to pick him up.
yeah,
And it might turn into a clusterfuck.
right. Okay. So no other questions, comments, or concerns.
I thought that was fun. I had a good session.
All right. So for our viewers, if you want to pick up a few extra channel points, gonna see about raiding into somebody. It looks like nice. Lord Gosumba is streaming, so we're gonna raid into his stream. Thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe if you like who we are and like what we do. Please explore our links below. If you're watching us live on Twitch, we have links to our Discord, Patreon, PayPal. There's a link to join this game. There's a few other links too. And then there's also on the right hand side of the screen, there should be a Amazon subscription reminder. So if you have a subscription to Amazon Prime, right, and the email is the same as your Twitch email, you're given a free subscription to the channel of your choice every month. And those Prime subs really help our channel out if you want to help us out. So there's that. And then there's also a way to donate to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. If you're watching this live on Twitch, I think it's just below the game screen on the right-hand side. There should be a link to be able to donate to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Our current goal is $100, and we're at $45 out of 100. And so, yep, hope to reach that goal soon. And now, here we go, raiding into Lord Gosumba. Thank you very much for watching. Bye-bye!
Pretty workable.
Okay.